They say bowling is a dying sport.
A dying sport.
I disagree. I disagree.
I disagree.
I disagree.
I disagree.
BowlerX.com for the love of bowling.
Join X Bowling and use your league scores to win cash in our daily tournaments and contests. Choose a contest, bowl in your weekly league, and submit scores right into your app. Take your league experience to the next level and win huge cash prizes against other league bowlers from all over the country. Download X Bowling from the App Store or Google Play and use promo code WIN3X to win 3 times cash back on your first deposit. Start now and join the X Life.
He looks good. He looks good. It's over now.
Live from Parkside Lanes in Aurora, Illinois. Welcome to the PBA Extra Frame Parkside Lanes Open on FloBowling. Jeff Goodger with Phil Brylow. And Phil, pretty unique event coming up here as we begin the FloBowling era.
Yeah, the Parkside Aurora Open. We were here a couple of years ago. We already had the 3 different patterns at that event. Sean Rash, the host of this event, keeping that same 3-pattern event. But this time, instead of 3 patterns being different lengths, they're all the same lengths, but they're different versions. There's the 39-foot Don Carter, there's the 39-foot Bear, and then there's the 39-foot pattern we're bowling on today that I just unfortunately blanked on the name on.
Well, it's because there are so many elements in this tournament, including the addition of bonus pins to qualifying.
Yes. 4 bowlers on a pair on most pairs during qualifying. 60 bonus pins in total up every game. 30 bonus pins for the first place bowler on the pair, 20 for second, 10 for third, 0 if you finish last on that pair for the bonus pins for that game. So a bowler can get an extra 240 pins in bonus if they win every one of their matches for all 8 games of qualifying. So a very unique format that Sean Rash has here. And, of course, the unique format of the bowlers moving different directions. No foursome bowling the same all the way through this event, unlike we normally see in qualifying at a PBA event.
It should be heaps of fun as we navigate all of these intricacies. And we are into it. Game 1 of 8. Full field on the lanes. No squads here. Single squad. And we are getting a look at one of our newest PBA Tour champions, Christian Azcona. Won the last Extra Frame Tour event in Wilmington, North Carolina. And he's bowling on the same pair, at least for this game, with another former winner of that event, Anthony Simonson.
Yeah, bowlers 39-foot Chameleon is today's pattern. Tomorrow is the previously mentioned Don Carter. And the Bear rounds up competition on Monday. All bowlers in the field will be bowling 8 games today and 8 games tomorrow. Then we'll cut the top 27 players out of this field. And when we get to Monday, the competition will stay the same, but it'll be 3 bowlers on the pair and only 30 bonus pins available per pair each game, 20 for first, 10 for second. So a very unique format. And the way that Sean Rash came up with this format was back in his college days at Wichita State. There's a tournament in the St. Louis area that runs over the Thanksgiving time frame called the National Collegiate Match Games. And they would put 4 college teams in a pod each game, and they would bowl a standard 5-person team game. And then those 4 teams in each pod would be awarded bonus pins, 150 for first, 100 for second, and 50 for third. And so Sean wanted to take that unique concept he had with experiencing the National Collegiate Match Games and turn it over into a Professional Bowlers Association tour event. So it'll be a couple of frames as players get used to the pace, a couple of games to them to get used to the bonus scoring. But they know right away you want to be the high player on your pair each game to take away those additional bonus pins.
Yeah, it's a really interesting format because it adds, it's all qualifying, which has been the trend recently, but the qualifying is kind of match play. So it's almost like, the theory anyway, is the best of both types of competition.
And it's not the head-to-head match. You're battling all players on your pair, so it kind of takes some of the concerns players may have had in the past with some players lower in the standings not giving their all in a particular match to another player. It throws those concerns a bit to the wayside because those players that may be a little lower in the standings still want to be able to grab onto a few bonus pins in a situation. It's not just the 30 or nothing situation we normally get in match play. With the 30, 20, 10, there's always a little something up for grabs, even for the bowlers who finish second or third on a pair in a given game. Devin Bidwell on his pair with Anthony Simonson, Christian Azcona, Matt Taylor. So two PBA title holders in Simonson and Azcona on that pair. Two players looking for the first titles with Taylor and Bidwell. Simonson, recent success overseas. Singapore Cup, the 50th anniversary edition of that event. And the title went home with Simonson.
Azcona, the first Puerto Rican-born player to ever win a PBA Tour title when he did so recently in North Carolina. And a strike there in the third for Azcona. Bidwell, 2-4-8-10.
Yeah, more and more conversions we're seeing of that 2-4-8-10 on tour. Players adjusting the hand position to get a little extra axis rotation in the back end, make that ball hook longer and later. You get the 2 to slide into the 10 and have the 4 take out the 8.
Of course, zero motion from Bidwell after a 2-4-8-10 conversion.
I prefer the term stoic for Devin. So he's already back consulting newly inducted USBC Hall of Famer Tim Mack here today. Of course, lots of staff representatives on hand from the various bowling ball companies to assist their players when necessary.
A lot of interesting names in this field, including, of course, Carmen Salvino, breaking his own record to become the oldest man to bowl a PBA tournament.
He's got a couple years to go yet before he'd break the record on the PBA 50 tour if he decided to bowl that. That held by Darryl Ducat at 88 years of age.
I was there
at the
for
Villages.
that momentous occasion.
Yes. And I'll tell you what, Carmen's not here for a show. He's going to put on a show, but he's here to compete. He's going to try to get every pin he can on those lanes. He's not just showing up, hanging out, and having a good time with the guys. He wants to go out there and, as he says, whoop on them kids. So for those fans that are new to FloBowling and are wondering why these players are experiencing different oil patterns throughout the tournament as compared to a normal PBA event where it's just a single oil pattern laid out for an event, Sean Rash, our host here, decided he wanted the players to really have a challenge where sometimes the same piece of equipment or the same hand position a player uses one day may not be as effective the next with the change in the patterns, even though they're all 39 feet in length. The chameleon pattern has a little more of a, if you think of a Christmas tree shape, even though the oil ratio very tough at 2.2 to 1 ratio. And a good amount of volume in the pattern. Then tomorrow they'll come back the ball on the Don Carter, once again 39 feet in length, but where the oil is applied and how light the oil application is. Much less oil in the pattern than this chameleon. The changes are going to break down the lane quicker and force the players left sooner, so they'll be making adjustments as they move across Parkside lanes in a much greater fashion than they will on this 8-game squad. And, of course, the players that survived the day 3 of this event, those 27 players will take on the bear pattern, which is not as flat as it used to be, and it's not as much of a Christmas tree as the chameleon pattern. And it's going to force the bowlers to play a little bit of a different area of the lane to start on the Bear than the Chameleon. And once again, the changes as this oil pattern's torn apart a bit will take place with a bit of a smaller field as well, with only 3 on a pair during Monday's final qualifying round.
And speaking of 3 on a pair, we just got a glimpse of Joey Pants as Bidwell strikes again. This is Joe Paluzic's split here. Joey Pants and one of our other pairs. And as you'll notice, only 3 bowlers here. And inevitably, in the world of bowling, when you design a tournament that requires 4 per pair, several people don't show up. And so we have at least 2 pairs with 3 on them. And the way that works, Phil, as you've been talking about the bonus pins, basically you get lucky if you're on a group with somebody who didn't show up. So it'll still be 30 pins for the top score, 20 for second, and 10 for third. So you're guaranteed free pins if you land on a pair with nobody there.
Thing is, many players in this event can't afford too many third place finishes, even with 3 or 4 on the pair, because that's a significant amount of bonus pins you're going to be giving away over the course of this event. And it was a little unusual on Paluchek's attempt on that split conversion last shot, where he chopped the 4 off the 7 pin. Simonson took out Sam Cooley when he won that 50th anniversary edition of the Singapore Open a couple of weeks back. Had to beat Cooley twice in that stepladder final match. And Simonson did so 245 to 224 and 205 to 177. In that same event, Jazreel Tan, one of our standouts on the PWBA tour, took home the title on the women's side, keeping it in Singapore. And even with just 15 minutes of practice on the pair, we're starting to see some of these players make the big migration left. Look at how far left Simonson is already on this chameleon pattern. Still using a pretty aggressive ball.
How do you see the approaches playing early today, Phil? Talk a little about what happened yesterday during practice in the Pro-Am and what you might be seeing so far just a few frames in.
Yeah, the weather here in the Chicago area, tropical this weekend. They're expecting a record high and a record heat index today in the area. High of near 99, heat index of over 110. And of course, humidity and synthetic approaches, as many bowling fans know and bowlers themselves know, sometimes do not make a great combination. Yeah, approaches become a bit tacky. And we saw many players yesterday during the practice session go to a slide sole on their bowling shoes, some of them even made of felt, to minimize any traction possibilities as they got into their slide. So we heard the call come out from the pro shop here this morning, stating if any players were looking for particular slide soles, they received the emergency shipment in this morning. And there were a few players that visited the pro shop.
Ah, the old emergency slide sole shipment.
I think it was hand delivered by Steve Jaros. He's bowling in the field today.
That's true. I saw him earlier.
And Steve, of course, not a full-time competitor out on either the PBA or PBA 50 tours, but he's got a quality job at Classic Bowling Products as a sales representative, and I'm sure Steve has a warehouse key if needed to get in there and get some supplies to these guys. And Gyro still competes with the young kids. There was a recent Midwest regional in the Chicagoland area where Giles took out Dave Barrett in the championship match to win another of his many regional titles. I believe Giles now has 47 regional titles, not quite to the level of Chris Warren, but definitely in the top 5 all time for the Professional Bowlers Association.
Matt Taylor up in the 7th, off a spare in the 6th, and that's the best way to follow a spare. Also got our first look at this group. Ryan Zager, Jim Spigner, and Nick Pate, another trio. So they're all getting free pins.
Pate, we saw him make his first stepladder final as a PBA member in Lubbock at our last PBA Tour Extra Frame event.
And he will be up shortly. First, Joey Pants, who we most recently and prominently saw in the USBC Masters stepladder finals on ESPN. And there's a strike for Pants.
Zager, a former teammate of Marshall Kent and Cameron Weir at Robert Morris University. A couple of national championship team titles for Zager. All right, so I've seen that young man bowl since he's been about 14 years old. Bowled one of my TV tournaments back in Wisconsin when he was 14 and lost in a roll-off and promptly got so upset with himself, went down to another pair of lanes and practiced for an hour after he was done with the stepladder.
It wasn't practice, that was punishment.
Take it as you wish, but the young man always trying to work on his game.
Spigner chance at a good opening game. There's the turkey into the 10th. 2 more would be 236 for Spigner to start.
And Spigner, son of Bill Spigner, famous coach. Bill here keeping an eye on not just his own son, but a few other players in the center.
Is there a live mic? Okay.
Also the one on my face is a live mic.
Yes, I.
Is one of the players' questions.
Everyone knows the best place to ask if there's a live mic is into a mic. Yes, there is. Several, in fact. Simonson can get a huge game as he gets the huge break. Goes Brooklyn and gets the 5-pin late. He feels no sheepishness about that.
And that's something where he knows he's going to have to do something, most likely with a different piece of equipment. Energy retention lacking on that ball at the pin deck. So right now the big battle between Bidwell and Simonson for the top rung on the bonus pin ladder on 29 and 30.
Once game 1 completes, you will be able to follow game-by-game scoring on PBA.com. For those of you who have been with us forever, you know how that works. For those of you who may be new, It's right there on the homepage, PBA.com. Off to the side, there will be a link to the standings for this event. But we must wait for the completion of Game 1. Before that, we'll post. And with all these bonus pins thrown in there, it might not be as instant as we would hope.
Yeah, definitely need to double check each pair, make sure the bonus pins are assigned correctly. In the case of a tie, they would combine the bonus pins together for those two positions the tie involves and then divide by 2. So obviously if there's a tie for first and second, each bowler will receive 25 bonus pins. If there's a tie for third and fourth, they would receive 5 bonus pins, 10 and 0 divided by 2. So it's going to be interesting to see how many bowlers. Well, it'll be interesting to see how many of these bowlers in the event that are lower in the standings advance because of better, you can't really say match play records, but because of better qualifying bonus pins.
And that's kind of what's intriguing me at this point, too. Game 1 of what will be 16 overall before our first cut. Is that entering the players' minds yet, or is this so different to them that they're just bowling? You'd have to think now in the 9th frame, like Simonson, I just saw him glancing up at the scores, and I'm sure he's looking at Bidwell and thinking, well, I can beat him, I can take 30 pins. But how do you stay in that mindset the whole time? I guess that's part of how you win this particular tournament.
It's just a matter of knowing your surroundings. A lot of these players, just like when they're qualifying, they just focus on what they're doing. It's a little change up for them. Qualifying, you focus on getting as many pins as possible yourself. And did not like the footing and the feel of the ball combined. And it's starting to get a little humid here in Aurora.
So we see here, here's an example as we wait for Simonson. Nick Pate, he needs 2 pins here to get second place bonus pins to pass Zager with the 177. And I think he's going to get 2 pins, but that has to be on his mind. If he gets 2 pins, that's actually 12 pins.
So he's actually going back to change his sliding slow right now. So as the bodies increase here inside of Parkside Lanes, fans coming in to watch, obviously not just throwing off body heat, but humidity as well. And it's going to change the atmosphere in the center a bit. And now Pate secures a new sole on his sliding foot. Bidwell decides he doesn't like something as well. He goes to check his sliding sole.
Spigner with the 222 gets 30 bonus pins. Pate will finish with a 185 and 20 bonus pins. And Zager gets 10 bonus pins by virtue of defeating the person who didn't show up.
Hey, any victory is a victory in my eyes. Just because you happen to win the bowler's lottery for one particular game, you still got 7 more. You're going to have to beat 3 guys to get 30 pins. Because with the unique movement, it's not a threesome all day long.
Well, and right here, Kona, you saw him kind of walk out that strike, which we almost never see in Game 1. But he knows now he can pass Bidwell and take second place. And Simonson hasn't locked up first either. So 3 players here fighting for those additional pins.
It gives a new meaning to every pin matters in qualifying, definitely for this event. Because 1 pin can turn into 11 or 21 or 31, depending on the situation.
Bidwell with the spare, 224, his maximum now. 223 for Bidwell, 227 for Ascona. Matt Taylor with 194 max. And Simonson can get to 255 and claim the 30 bonus pins for game 1. Gets the 10 pin to go. And Simonson locks up the 30 bonus pins. Game 2 coming up next, live from Aurora. Game 2 from Aurora, Illinois. PBA Extra Frame Parkside Lanes Open. That's Tom Smallwood crossing to the wrong side of the deck. But it's a strike. Smallwood and Sean Rash on this pair. Everyone in the center trying to make sense of who's where in game 2 with the very different skipping procedure as normal. Kevin Hankins on lane 30. And he goes to the other side. We're seeing a lot of people go Brooklyn, Phil. Is that indicative of the approaches?
I think in this case, Jeff, I think it's who was on that pair before we got started. I mean, you look at how far left Anthony Simonson was on 29-30 that game, and he's going to blow out a lot of area in that oil pattern with his speed and rev rate. So you're looking at more of the bowler affectation than the condition of the humidity in the center affectation right now.
That's Tournament Director Rich Weber, the lower left of your screen. The reason he is down there with all of these players, it appears as if some of the players went to the wrong lanes. So Rich has the honor of trying to sort that out. As action has stopped everywhere surrounding this pair. There is still some bowling going on elsewhere. Hope they're all in the right spot. Well, Phil, we still have some action going on.
Yeah, once again, the bowler movement is being sorted out on a couple of pairs here. So we should have that straightened out momentarily. I would think you would need some type of algorithm to properly figure bowler movement in this format, but we seem to be okay on 27 and 28. So. '27, we should have Devin Bidwell, who I see on that pair.
Yep. Whoa, that was impressive. How
That
he
was
did not
scary.
fall nor break any bones. Both gutters avoided oil on the shoe. It is a foul, but
Yes.
he's not dead.
I hate to say I've seen Zagar do that before, but I've seen him do it, but hold on to the bowling ball and take a walk on the gutter cap for about 10 feet.
That was incredible. And he was on the slim side of the gutter as well. Would have had to tightrope that one. Risked both ankles.
And that's going to shake your confidence just a little bit. Getting up for your next shot on that lane. And Zagar going to a different sole on his shoe. I think he actually went to a different shoe altogether. Yeah, he changed slide shoes altogether. So bowlers, many of them nowadays carry multiple pairs of shoes, just in case something were to happen on a particular pair. You see right there the deep exhale by Zagar, knowing the mission that stands ahead of him right now. I'm surprised he didn't go up there and try to take a full test slide.
That was incredible. He should get bonus pins.
And he's still stuck once again. And still strikes. Well, in that case, spares.
Another look at Simonson this game. Through the middle. Leaves 6-count split. Hanrahan from the left side. Gets a great look at his own shot. 4-6-10. First look at our gracious host, Sean Rash, one of the world's best bowlers and also involved in every single aspect of this event. Tom Smallwood, major champion. Smallwood detests that strike, but it is a strike. Even though he hasn't looked, he knows it's one. Continues shaking his head, but Phil, how good is Tom Smallwood?
Well, you don't win major titles without being good. You don't consistently find yourself near the top of many leaderboards without being good. And there's a lot of times where his unique ball roll provides him the advantage over other players. And something tells me this week, with the varied conditions, from day to day, game to game, pair to pair here at Parkside Lanes. He could have a bit of an advantage with his different ball roll than other players may have. That full roller track that covers almost the entire circumference of the ball for Smallwood. And there's an unusual almost 7-10 for Simonson. That's a pretty tough pair. That's one of the toughest in the building right now with Simonson, Rash, Smallwood, and Joey Pants.
No, that's
it's not
Tyler.
Joey Pants, it's Tyler, okay.
Yeah, you're right. That's one of the quirks of this format. Every game, it was you're 3 different people, and we have 3 major champions on this pair alone. Simonson, youngest to ever win a major title. Sean Rash, former player of the year. Tom Smallwood, famously winning the world championship a few years ago and then picked up his second major earlier this year.
Yeah, what a battle with Jason Belmonte in that Barbasol PBA Players Championship.
Well, that's what I meant when I asked you how good is Smallwood. So you saw that match, and Belmonte's supposed to be the best in the world, and Smallwood said, well, I don't care.
Back down at all. How about the charge Smallwood made towards the end of qualifying, though, to just make the step ladder and then almost lost it all in that final game of qualifying to just barely hold on to that bottom spot in the step ladder. A couple instances of that this year. Matt O'Grady, of course, notoriously did that at the Firestone Tournament of Champions.
Yeah?
The rate we're seeing some of these players move, Jeff, I almost expect to see lofting of the left gutter by game 3. Especially for a player like maybe Simonson.
Smallwood, all kinds of trouble. Now he's going too far the other way.
15 minutes of practice, 4 players on a pair. A couple players go with overly aggressive ball choices. Could really make a mess. The front part of the lane is oil pair, and that seems to be where Smallwood's having the issue. Is that ball is either reading too early in the front part of the lane, or if he gets a little right and quick, it has no idea on when to respond down lane.
Smallwood on the spare. No issues.
This could be interesting for Rash because a lot of times on these approaches, they have a seam near the gutters, and we know Sean likes to go right up the left part of the approach when going cross lane to convert the 10. And sometimes those seams can expand and contract in the heat and humidity. Give the bowlers a little bit of an issue in their slide. Yeah, you even see Smallwood right there. Toe gets to the foul line. He's trying to stay off his heel a little bit to not stop as much, and that toe kind of turns as the ball comes through. Ball goes off target line. Just shows you how key footwork and footing is in the delivery of a bowling ball. And it's not just solving the lanes from the foul line to the head pin today, it's solving the lanes from the back of the approach to the foul line. That's key, and now we're just seeing players starting to cross over all over the place, and the footing's just not there for some of these players. Better footwork for Rash, but still over the top a bit and through the head pin. I don't want to say the scoring pace here might end up being Jonesboro-like, but it's starting to look pretty tough for everybody early on.
Couple updates, Phil. I just spoke with tournament director Rich Weber. And unfortunate news, Ronnie Russell blew his knee out.
Oh.
In, I'm not sure which game, but he has withdrawn. And he was a victim of the suddenly sticky approaches as well. And lost his knee. Well, he still has it, but it's not going to allow him to bowl 16 games, then make the cut, bowl 8 more games. So Ronnie Russell is out, so there will be another trio scattered throughout the field. And also, slight delay in the scores. If you're checking PBA.com looking for them, they're not there yet. And that is due to what we said earlier, the bonus pins. and the fact that there was all that confusion beginning this game when some of the players went to the wrong lanes. But of course, we will keep you updated as best we can. Smallwood, another spare.
I see Ronnie Russell right now. He's gesturing to Don Barrett and Tom Smallwood and about how he went to the foul line and it just stopped. And he's pointing at his knee, his left knee. Doesn't look to be hobbled by it. If you feel something pop, it's always good to just stop and not risk any further injury. Last thing you want to do is maybe give up a day of feeling a little sore and having it come back in a day or two than taking an ACL out, and next thing you know, you're not bowling for 6 or 8 months.
Yeah.
The defending champion, Ryan Simonelli, we will not see him on camera today. Should get to see him tomorrow. Most players in the field you will get to see at one point in time, either today or tomorrow, as they cross through our coverage between lanes 25 and 30 in this 54-lane bowling center.
Well, and also, if you're not yet, you should be following FloBowling on all social media. There are a couple of fine gentlemen in the building chasing down such players as Simonelli, and they will be updating social media all day with highlights from this massive bowling center.
Yeah. Cover whatever we can, whenever we can here.
So basically pick a social media and search for FloBowling, and there you go.
I have them on both Facebook and Twitter. Going to be getting them on Instagram momentarily.
Yeah, they haven't followed me back. I'm not sure what to think about that.
I haven't been followed either. I think that may change after today, Jeff.
Now that we've blatantly called it out.
Rash, 6-pin just lays in the flat gutter, does no damage on the 10. And he's stuck with the same piece of equipment since he started the game. Just wondering if he's maybe thinking that might not be the right finish on the ball. Simonson back-to-back opens now.
Well, Phil, as we watch bowling over and over for years, and sometimes you'll see in a standard cross where the same group stays together all day, sometimes there's a group of 2 or 3 top-tier players, and they just both crush it all day long. And they kind of feed off each other the way a baseball team builds a rally. This guy's hitting, so I'm going to hit, and that type of thing. And in this format, obviously you can't build any sort of sustained momentum like that since you get everybody once. But I'm looking at this pair here and thinking, do you think that sort of thing in a very different way is applying to these 3 major champions who are able to feed off each other while at the same time competing against each other?
It's kind of a deceleration right now. You look at the scoreboard on this pair, and you've got Smallwood in the lead, pacing 2-0. Currently now he's going to be pacing 2-10 now that he has a double on the board.
Check in with the 10th frame here. Michael Vidalone, 218 max. And I think he got them all. Yes, he did. If he can get to 218, that's plenty to take the 30 bonus. We'll get back to Lehman in a moment. Here's Sean Rash in the 6th.
Yeah, and the ironic part is even with that foul by Ryan Zager in the third frame at 27-28, he's come back and he may possibly take 30 bonus pins. It's up to Bidwell here to strike. Try to take that away from Zagar. Actually, a conversion here by Bidwell would lock up 30, but Zagar is still going to take possibly 20 bonus pins with that severe foul.
Severe.
There was a category of fouls there. It would have been severe. So Zager at 193, he's going to end up taking 10 pins, but still something to salvage out of that game for Zagar. But that's back-to-back 10-pin victories where he needs to be starting to get 30 to have any chance to move up in this field.
And Lehman, wow, Bidwell almost goes face first. Picks up the spare, though. Lehman awaiting Vitalone's finish. The spare on the fill. And
207 for
yeah,
Vitallone.
Lehman gets the 30 bonus. Vitalone will get 20. And Hankins will get 10.
Smallwood needs this to stay ahead of Taylor, which he does. Still the possible 243 for Smallwood. Taylor possible 225. They're both well ahead of Simonson and Rash. Right now, Simonson bringing up 4th place on this pair. And the lucky trip of the 2 from behind for Simonson. It's going to force our host to strike to stay in 3rd place on his pair.
Talked to Sean this morning. I gave him my customary have fun. And he said he will. And then he pointed out to me, as if he knew what I really meant, that he's doing way less this year as far as actually running the tournament than he did 2 years ago, last time we ran it, because afterward he admitted that he was doing too much and the bowling kind of suffered because he was doing so much. So while he was heavily involved in putting this all together, he is backing off a little bit on the actual day-to-day operations outside of bowling his 8 games.
Well, plus this event here in Parkside this year, a 3-day event where prior it was just a 2-day extra frame event. So the 3rd day, Sean knows energy retention is a must to survive the battle on and off the lanes, especially with the heat here in the Chicagoland area.
So Bidwell currently in the lead on this pair. He will finish 1st or 2nd. It'll be up to Hanrahan in the 10th frame to determine who gets the 30 bonus on this pair for game 2.
Smallwood, you see him stepping into your frame right there in lane 26. Smallwood, if he strikes on this ball, he will lock his 30 bonus on this pair. There it is. So Smallwood looking at a game in the 240s. He's going to lock out Taylor. Taylor's going to max out at 20 bonus pins, and then the battle for the 10 between Rash and Simonson to see who gets 10 extra pins tallied to their score. And even though Taylor, you're looking at him right now, you look at the rev rate and ball speed for Taylor, lower rev rate, lower ball speed. he might be giving a clue on some of these guys on how to try to keep the ball in play as the day goes on. And that's straighter is greater. A lot of these guys will be able to pick up the ball speed, but you see Smallwood playing a little tighter line than Rash and a lot tighter line than Simonson. And you see the big smile because that's a 273 now on the scoreboard for Smallwood once the bonus pins are counted in.
And this is the final group. Bowling game 2. Other players moving around. Game 3 about to get underway. Sean Rash. And see, just a little fist bump like that. I think the bonus pins, well, now he's doing it sarcastically. So,
well, there's still 10 pins on the line. He's got to strike one more time to make sure he keeps Simonson in the rearview mirror. And you never know how important that 10 pins might be by game 16 tomorrow.
Oh, absolutely. When every time these people miss cuts, they can go back and find the 10 pins they needed 100 ways. And now it'll be 116 ways.
And in this case, it could be 20 pins because you missed a spare and it cost you 10 bonus or 20 bonus somewhere.
Right.
It could be a instead of the usual 10 pin, I missed a spare swing. You could be thinking to yourself, that might cost me 20, 30, even 40.
And Rash looking up at the scores to determine exactly that.
Simonson, that's his first one of the 10th, needs the second to get past Rash. Rash is just going to wait and see whether he's going to need actual count or whether he can afford to try a different strike ball to kind of throw away the 12th shot of his game here. So yeah, Sean going to a different piece. Smart thing to do. If you lose a pin or two here, may gain you 20, 30, 40 later on, and Rash is going to hold on to his 10 bonus pins for this game, regardless of what his count may be. So Rash, 201 in the books for that. Well, Simonson's maximum going to be 198 with the conversion. So good thing for Rash to wait and see what Simonson's going to do to determine what ball he may have changed to.
I just love that the first few frames we were talking about how great this pair was. 3 major champions. Tyler comes out, shoots 247, takes a 30 bonus. It's great. Although Smallwood
at 243. Smallwood got the bonus.
Oh, he's finished.
Yeah, Smallwood is finished. So
sorry.
Yep.
Take that score.
That's okay.
Still great for all those reasons outside of the actual numbers.
And that's the thing is that these players have to stay in touch with everything that's going on around them, including what these other players and how they're playing the lanes. Saw that with Sean's spare ball. He may have seen something with Taylor's roll and decide, hey, maybe playing it straighter might be better the rest of the day. We'll have to see how it goes on because game 3 coming up next.
Game 3 commence in Aurora, Illinois. PBA Extra Frame Parkside Lanes Open. I'm Jeff Goodger. I'm with Phil Brylow. And we're watching Sean Rash along with Dom Barrett, Ryan Zagar.
I believe it's Cameron Weir with them. I'll double check that momentarily.
There he is.
So once again, not an easy foursome to get through on this pair of lanes. And with 104 players in this field, a little tough to gather scores, verify bonus pins, and make sure all is correct. We do have the game one results. They're also posted at PBA.com. Andrew Anderson started his day with a 279 and a win. Jerry Myers, 265 and 30 bonus pins as well to get the plus 95 in second. EJ Tack at third, plus 89, thanks to a 259 game and 30 bonus. Kevin Sickler in fourth, 256, 30 bonus to get the plus 86. And Steve Jaros, we mentioned him earlier. Jaros, 255, his opening game, plus 30 bonus, gives him plus 85, tied with Simonson and Troop at that number, and that was after the first game. It is taking a bit of time to verify all scores and verify all bonus pins are assigned correctly. So you'll probably get your game 2 update at the end of this third game, but it's better to be correct and exact the first time out than having to go back and make corrections on these scores. Pretty interesting. Greg Ostrander's opening game shoots 254, not enough in his match. He only took 20 bonus pins out of that game. And J.R. Raymond shot 212 his opening game on his pair. 0 bonus. So J.R. Raymond, after a absence from PBA competition, making a return.
When did we see him last? At the Masters?
Indianapolis was the last time we saw.
Oh, the 60th.
At the 60th Anniversary Classic, where the title was taken home by Jacob Buttroff. Buttroff not in the field this week. If you're in the Aurora area and want to check out the action in person, action doesn't stop when this round ends, beginning at 3 p.m. outside of Parkside Lanes. The Sean Rash Celebrity Pig Roast. Not that the pig was a celebrity before it was roasted, but lots of bowling celebrities there. Lots of these players will be hanging around being social. They'll have a band, pig roast, beverages, and it's a low admission fee for that all-you-can-eat pig roast. stop in and get your tickets here at Parkside Lanes. And if you have a youth player and want to get some advice from the best bowlers in the world, tomorrow is the day to do it here at Parkside Lanes, because once competition is complete, lanes will be open up for a free youth clinic. And there's some great players committed to that clinic. Don Barrett, Sean Rash, Tom Smallwood. Among others. So if you're looking to get in to that youth clinic tomorrow, make sure you contact Parkside Lanes. Phone number here at Parkside, area code 630-898-5678. And yes, a reservation is necessary for your youth bowler to participate. What year was that?
Strike for Barrett in the third. Barrett and Rash major champions. Cameron Weir, also a PBA Tour champion. And as we watch Rash and Barrett on this pair, Phil, I'm reminded of a pretty compelling championship match in 2013 for the World Championship. Here's Sean Rash on the bench. It's up to Dom Barrett up in the 10th here. He needs 2 strikes and 8 to win his first major title.
And Barrett flush perfect on that first strike.
And this next shot from Dom is my favorite, because he can't clinch the win here. He needs this strike to shut out Rash. He needs a strike and 8.
But it's so easy to focus on the task at hand, knowing that you need the strike no matter what.
Yeah.
In order to lock it up, have any chance of locking it up. And then once again, buries it dead flush. He's got it, and then somebody has to tell him to calm down. Like, hey, you still need 9. You still need 8 to make it work. 9's better. 8 makes it work. 7 or more, you could be in a bit of trouble. And then that finally calms down.
And Rash had made a good run on that show, too. He knocked out Pete Weber. Barrett was a top seed, and there it's official. Dom Barrett, 2013 world champion. Barrett's most recent championship earlier this year in January, the DHC PBA Japan Invitational. He led qualifying. He was the first top seed in the history of that event to actually win it. Then he left his trophy in the bowling center. He got it back.
Thanks to Hoya Logistics.
Tom Smallwood, 88 in the fifth. Currently trails everybody on his pair with Lehman, Chapman, and Barry. Smallwood right through the middle. Nearly the Greek church, then nearly something even worse, and then something also not fun. 4-7-10 for Smallwood. Back to Rash off a spare. Sorry, Jerry Mars. Just got worded. Scoring update. It was improperly input. We previously said Gerald Mars was in second with a 265 game. That was actually Dom Barrett and his 265 game. And looking at Ryan Zager right here, Phil, and you've scraped the barrels for this one.
Well, I mentioned earlier we saw his foul last game. That it's not the first time I've seen him do something like that. This is a high school televised competition back in 2012, and Zager needed a clutch strike in the 10th frame and wasn't happy with the footwork there either. That obviously not a foul because he didn't let the ball go.
Right.
So he was able to take that attempt in the 10th frame again.
He looked under control in that one, though.
A little bit more under control. I think
today he looked like somebody who stepped onto the ice with his skate guard still on. And somehow didn't fall.
Yeah, and then Zager, we saw him convert the spare here, and he went on and struck on that shot back so many years ago when he was just a high school junior. Yeah, it just goes to show you never know. Sometimes you see these talented young players when they're in high school, and a few years down the road, college careers complete, they try to make a run at the PBA Tour. And Don Barrett with the interesting baby split leave on that slow fall of the 6-pin.
Lehman skates past the second time in 2 frames, once on each lane. And that's a rarity today, somebody who likes a shot all the way. Sean liked that one.
Well, we saw Sean, he's definitely firing it faster and keeping it on a tighter line than we saw early in game 2. And as this oil depletes from this 39-foot chameleon pattern, half the battle is going to be, is the right move moving left or is the right move picking up my ball speed? Because there's really not that much of a built-in oil wall into this chameleon pattern, and that wall, whatever it may have been, is being rapidly depleted by all of these players. And one thing that's maybe not super surprising to this point, because we only have a couple of games in, but the lack of left-handers near the leaderboard. One would think with fewer lefties playing the lanes, their pattern will hold up longer. Problem is these right-handers start migrating left, they can find their bowling ball landing in the same area the lefties are starting to land their bowling ball in. And all of a sudden the lefties get early hook and stop once it hits oil again. And that's a ball reaction nobody wants to deal with on the PBA Tour.
I know I don't.
Yeah, Barrett's going to be lofting gutter caps by game 5 at this rate. And that's one part of his game I think is really underrated. Everybody talks about Marshall Kent and Greg Ostrander and how they can loft. Don Barrett has one of the finest touches when it comes to using loft in different fashions.
Well, that's the impressive part about the lofting. It's not just that you chuck it somewhere. Well, you can, but those who succeed are the ones who have that touch of putting it exactly where it needs to be. And that's not just on the lane left to right, but that's how far down the lane it is as well. And what speed, and the rotation, the axis tilt,
Yes.
and of course, the positive axis point.
Yeah, bringing all those factors together into one successful shot where the ball is launched through the air for 12, 14, 16, even 20 feet. It's not an easy thing to do, and it's not an easy thing to replicate how your ball is going to react at home, because the only time you're really going to see that type of condition happen is out here on the PBA Tour. You know, Wes Millett had some talk about that during a recent FloBowling feature you can see on the FloBowling homepage, where things sometimes change so rapidly it's hard for him to keep up. Well, you don't always want to see the backdoor strike when a player misses the head pin, but it's part of the game. And Joshua Berry has to take that strike as marked on the scoreboard in his 8th frame. Rash and Barrett, your two front runners, make that now Barrett the sole front runner in this 3rd game of competition out of 8 today. Barrett still a maximum of 255. quality toss by Barrett, and he is well in command of taking 30 bonus pins on that pair. Of course, Barrett won title already in 2018, as you mentioned, Jeff, the DHC Japan Invitational, and glad to have that event on the 2019 schedule.
Absolutely.
And that event, those finals would be on FloBowling, not a Fox Sport event. So, once again, competitions you can only see on FloBowling, such as this one. And of course, when there is an event on Fox Sports or Fox Sports 1, all the qualifying match play rounds happen on FloBowling.
And the telecast will also end up on FloBowling. So if you miss it, or if you don't have that channel, don't worry, you have FloBowling.
There you go. Not to mention all the features that they're adding to the FloBowling page. Interviews, articles, podcasts. It is your number one. I have to call it right now. It is your number one source for bowling. The FloBowling homepage. All things PBA contained there. Along with the PBA.com website, having all things PBA contained there. It may just be a different variation of what's contained. Sean Ratchfield, the hometown crowd, cheering him on. Lives, I believe, no more than 5 miles away from Parkside Lanes. Considers this his home bowling center. Just taking a look behind the extra equipment at the counter here, and I see a bowling pin with Sean Ratch's name on it for a fine 812 series. So it's not just the hard work of Sean and his family, but the whole staff here at Parkside Lanes, and of course all the sponsors that are on board. I see about 30 different sponsor signs throughout the center that sponsor lanes during the Pro-Am, sponsoring things throughout this entire weekend, including the pig roast and the youth clinic today and tomorrow, respectively.
And one of those sponsors, Sean Rash Bowling. One of the greatest things I've ever seen at a PBA tournament was 2 years ago at this very tournament. Sean Rash Bowling, that sign, as you said, they have signs, and it says Sean Rash Bowling, and it was autographed by Eugene McCune. You can't do better than that. Lehman, 10th frame, and that's 4 in a row.
And Lehman looking at a possible 216, and he may take home that 30 bonus this game. Smallwood, big struggle. But Barry right now can still close with 221. Chapman looking at a possible 258 to really take care of business. And Smallwood's going to walk off that pair with the 0 on the bonus side in a 160 game. Whatever ground he gained the last game, just gave it right back, and we're seeing a lot of that here. at Parkside Lanes as Game 3 coming to its conclusion.
160 for Tom Smallwood. Josh Berry's already there, even if he gutters out, which he won't. Goes to the other side, but 9-pin is all that's left. Cameron Weir, Phil Ball. Weir finishes with 205. Rash can't catch Weir. Barrett almost definitely will, and pass him and take the 30.
Yeah, Barrett just needs a mark.
Yep, so Weir, and here comes the mark. Weir will take no worse than second. Rash will take third. Wow.
That's more than enough.
Yeah. Still disgusting to look at. Tom Doherty just shut off his computer.
Randy Peterson just went into a seizure mid-flight. PBA Hall of Famer Randy Peterson joining us tomorrow and Monday here from Parkside Lanes to give you his insight here on FloBowling. Always good to have the wisdom of one Mr. Peterson. And the wallet. I think he owes us dinner.
Probably.
So game 3 wrapping up. Game 4, more bowler movement. Some familiar faces, some new faces coming to the coverage pairs on FloBowling. And the PBA Extra Frame Parkside Open rolls on with Game 4 coming up next.
Game 4 from Aurora, Illinois, Parkside Lanes, PBA Extra Frame, Parkside Lanes Open. Jeff Goodger with Phil Brylow. Phil, here's the first Canadian who ever won a PBA tournament, Graham Faw.
And he won the same tournament that Tom Smallwood won earlier this year, and that was the Barbasol PBA Players Championship. And unfortunately for Faw, that remains his only tour title on the Go Bowling PBA Tour.
He has made some shows. Just that one win, which was his first television appearance. Faw out of Guelph, Ontario, and an Anaheim Ducks fan for some reason. Sparing the second. Tom Smallwood on the front two after the 160 in game 3. This is game 4. Bowling 8, full field, single squad qualifying. Do the same thing tomorrow. 11 a.m. Eastern time, 8 more games, and then make our first cut. We will cut to 27. And as Smallwood goes through the middle there, we go back to that moment. Grandpa's first TV show.
At 2016, only Aaron shot 7-pin in the 7th frame to this point, but once again needed a mark to shut out Simonelli. Simonelli, of course, with that 300 game he had during position round to get to the top seed. And there's the no-doubter by Faw to lock up that title in Columbus at Wayne Webb's Columbus Bowl.
Great reaction. He can't tell that he's won. He knows he's won. He doesn't believe it.
Yeah. And then, of course, he would punch those last 2 strikes in the 10th frame to get to 279.
And here's one of them. Then we'll get back to live action. 279 debut. All he can do is clap. Everybody else is clapping.
Hey, he's happy for himself. Got an update from, I guess I'll call her a roving reporter today, old friend of mine, Nicole DePaul Miller. watching your husband Jason bowl, and she's been up and down the center a couple times, and apparently with the heat here in Aurora, the air conditioning units, plural, are working overtime here at Parkside Lanes, and apparently the units on the high side of the building from lanes 35 or so up to 54 are a little laboring, catching up. It's a little warmer on that side of the building. So the approaches with the heat, according to DePaul Miller, is becoming a little more tacky. And with the heat and humidity, the pins seem to be absorbing that humidity, and they seem to fall a little dull or dead. We're not hearing the normal pinfall crack we've heard in the past here. As Brad Miller with the pocket 7-10. 10 falls late, leaving just the 7.
And here on 27 and 8, that's Walter. It's bowling with Cameron Weir. Tim Foy Jr., first look at him today. And you see Ronnie Russell's name there with a couple zeros. If you missed it earlier, Ronnie Russell had to withdraw, blew his knee out per some of the issues you're talking about, Phil, the sticky approach. And he just couldn't risk to continue to bowl this many games on that knee. So Russell will be, well, he won't be given zeros. He's out of the tournament, but that's basically a bye for these three players.
So, yeah, and along with the high side of the center, along with the approaches, the oil pattern with the heat, oil becomes a little more viscous with more heat, and it's moving around more, and it's being taken by the bowling balls off the front of the lane a bit more, and we're starting to see a lot more lofting come into play on the high side of the house. So you couple lofting with sticky approaches, and you could have some interesting scoring coming out of that high end of the bowling center.
Good looking shot for Tim Foy.
So I want to thank Nicole DePaul Miller for that update. And if you're a high school player or parent or relative of a high school player looking to maybe attend a university and bowl while you're in college, DePaul Miller, she's now the new head bowling coach at my alma mater, Upper Iowa University in Fayette, Iowa. Gorgeous campus.
Have they erected the
Small
Phil Brylow statue yet?
No, they're waiting for me to donate enough money so they can name the actual wing of a particular school after me.
Okay, that makes sense.
So, I think they're going to name it the Phil Brylow Memorial Dog Walk.
Memorial.
Not sure. Even if I'm alive. Well, we're starting to see some players trying to take this pattern out of play. That the fire it straight and fire it fast and hope the ball holds pocket. Yeah. But you see there for Zagar, if you fire it too fast, there's still enough oil on the outside part of this chameleon pattern. It'll push the ball past the head pin.
Graham Fa on a double. Mikey
Schlebach. Been a while since we've seen him at a national tour event.
Yeah, it hasn't been as long since we've seen Tom Carter, but he's changed quite a bit. He's now left-handed. I'm not certain if he has a motorhome ripe with problems.
A little taller,
Bearded.
a little more ball speed.
Of course, this is a different Tom Carter. For those of you who are new to FloBowling and wondering why we're rambling about that. PBA 50 player Tom Carter, usually generous enough to help us out in the booth. And it is not this Tom Carter, it is a brand new Tom Carter, and I don't think we can have enough Tom Carters.
I think you're correct. It's like we have a couple of Gary Faulkners with the Go Bowling PBA Tour and PBA 50 Tour.
Yes, we do.
And I know PBA 50 Gary Faulkner, he's got us on in his pro shop in Virginia. So thanks to all those pro shop owners who keep FloBowling and these extra frame tour events in their pro shop. And it's a great way for a pro shop owner to drum up some business as well. Somebody might come in their shop and say, hey, what's that bowling ball Tom Carter's throwing right now? I kind of throw it the same way as Tom. Might work for me on a medium length pattern bowling at home. Pro shop guys are sharp. They know what ball's in a particular player's hand just by looking at the colors, the company, and they can go, oh, here's the XYZ ball. We'll throw that one in your hand. And how about that for a break for Cameron Ware?
He's thrilled.
Still shaking his head on the way back. Still shaking his head. Cameron Ware. He won't forget about that one until he gets up for his next shot, and then he still might not forget about that particular one. Two-hander out of Delaware, Tim Foy Jr., part-time player on tour. When he's not working for the Delaware Department of Corrections.
I am certain we will be seeing him in Middletown in August. One of our many upcoming events.
And that is our next extra frame event as well.
Yes, our next extra frame tour event. I was confused for a moment. Yes. Definitely not our next FloBowling event. We have plenty of that coming up all summer long.
And you can check out your full extra frame on FloBowling schedule through the schedule tab at PBA.com. Little time off after this event's complete in Aurora before we bring back the PBA 50 Tour with the River City Extreme Open, presented by Ebonite. New event in Monticello, Minnesota. And then we follow it up with the Indiana swing. We stick a little side jaunt to Michigan in there as well for the PBA 50 Tour. And we get into August with two of my favorite events on the Extra Frame Tour after all these years. The Gene Carter Pro Shop Classic from Middletown, Delaware. And the latest edition last year was the inaugural event won by Rhino Page in Coldwater, Ohio with the Ken Feld Group Classic. Lots of information you can get on that schedule tab at PBA.com, including your extra frame on FloBowling schedule. your Go Bowling PBA Tour schedule for 2018 and 2019 as well. And your PBA Regional Tour schedule. See when some of the greatest in the world may be bowling at a center near you. Barrett looking to stay 11 pins ahead of the nearest competitor on his pair, and unfortunately 9 pin stands in defiance. And that's going to let Aaron Beaver possibly take the lead on that foursome. See proprietor here at Parkside Lanes, Kirk Frieder's up here checking things out at the counter, making sure all things are running well with the staff, and a lot of staff and volunteers here helping Parkside Lanes and Sean Rash out for this 3-day event. Well, Smallwood gave up on that ball at about 42 feet. Still gets the squasher strike. Graham Fa, still the possible 279. Currently 20-plus pin advantage over his closest opponent on his foursome. Oh, the woe of the single pin miss. The bane of many a unsuccessful player here on the Go Bowling PBA Tour.
We've been seeing so much of that lately on all levels. Not really so much today, till right now.
If we made a compilation tape of just single pin misses on Extra Frame in 2018, how long would that tape run?
Too long. Also, that's a terrible idea because I'd be the one who would have to do it. Smallwood for 2 in a row. He almost kind of liked that one. Cameron Weir, 10th frame. Highly displeased with that 10 pin still standing. Back to Dom Barrett. 125 in the 6th. And there's a strike for him in the 7th. .205 max for Cameron Weir. Tim Foy can get to 206. And Walter can defeat both of them, as he's already at 196 with the 10th frame to bowl.
I didn't see him at all, so I don't know right now. You'll see him having a Will Grappling t-shirt on. Yeah, it's not Michael, but he can get you. Oh, there's the other guy right there. Holding that tablet. No, that's not him. No, that's not him.
Weir finishes 204. Walter picks up the spare. And 226 for him. And now Tim Foy needs to perform here in the 10th to get 30 bonus pins. He needs 2 strikes and 9 to get past Cameron Weir.
That's as quickly as bonus pins can go away. The 7 count by Foy Jr. leaves him at 203 and just 10 bonus pins instead of 20 on that pair. And you see the frustration with Foy on his way back, slapping his shoe cover on the back table, and he knows how important that fill ball was to gain some much-needed pinfall.
Yeah, and after the turkey to get there, do all the work, and then the 7 count. That hurts. He still takes second place pins, but as you said, Phil.
That was third place pins for Foy.
Oh, it was?
Yeah, there was only 3 on his pair.
Oh, right, because Walter had already defeated both of them.
Yes.
He was fighting for second there. And here, Lehman, 214 max if he can throw the back 4. And 7 pin goes late. Back to Graham Fa.
Fa still looking for 258. He's definitely got the 30 bonus on that pair after that strike.
Schlebach will take second place pin. Smallwood gets third place with 231. That's rare today. Pretty high for third.
Yes, indeed.
And Brad Miller struggling this game. but he strikes, so 188 is his maximum. Back to Fa as he closes out. And he gets them both. Yes.
Not your fault, Graham. Not your fault.
Barrett can still get to 245. Beaver can get to 258. Miller with another, did not strike actually there. 9 count for Miller. Let me retract all of that.
Lehman can go out for 214. Miller is going to be the low man on that pair. Beaver can go out for 225. And Barrett can get 258. Mikey Schlebach just stopping by the booth. Wanted to make sure that his sister Erica was watching if she hasn't gone into labor yet. I don't know what kind of brother he really is with being here bowling instead of helping his sister through childbirth with her sister's first child. But no judgments here in the FloBowling booth.
Well, I've never heard of siblings being involved in childbirth. Well, I'm sure she's watching. She's
just the moral support.
Probably earned several new subscribers as she's watching on her mobile device in the FloBowling app for iOS, or maybe the hospital has Roku and she fired it up on the TV, and all the doctors and nurses have now subscribed to FloBowling thanks to Mikey Schlebach's sister watching FloBowling while she makes a baby be alive in the world.
There you go. And it's not just the FloBowling channel available to our subscribers now. It's all the channels on Flow Sports available to those pro subscribers. Been watching some track and field. I know Brett Spangler, PBA Tour player, is a fan of their grappling and martial arts channels and wrestling as well. So lots of different ways that your FloBowling subscription can be used with Flow Sports if you are a pro subscriber.
And I am.
Same here, because when our extra frame subscriptions converted over to Flow Sports, it was automatically converted to that pro subscription for us annual subscribers.
And monthly.
And yes, and monthly.
A 167 for Miller. Lehman does get to the 214. Aaron Beaver finishing up, and Don Barrett on the spare here. That'll give Barrett 234. Phil is shaking his head.
No, Barrett has 214. We have a scoring error on our graphic. Barrett ties for second, so that will be 15 pins apiece for those two players.
And halfway through qualifying round 1. Game 5 coming up next, live from Parkside Lanes. Game 5 from Parkside Lanes. PBA Extra Frame Parkside Lanes Open. Round 1 qualifying. Full field on the lanes. Jeff Goodger with Phil Brylow in the booth. Phil getting a look at Cameron Weir again this game. Another look at Tom Carter. Our first look at Mitch Hoope, former Wichita State player who made a good run in Jonesboro. And rounding out this group, Andrew Anderson, the only player so far this year with 2 wins. Speaking of players who did well in Jonesboro.
Well, do we count Belmo at 1.5 with the Roth-Holman doubles title?
Right.
I would count that as 1.5. So Ronnie Russell just walking by the booth. Doesn't look to be in too much pain, which is good for Ronnie. But he said, I averaged almost 200 a day today. I don't know about anybody else. For
Phil,
his single game.
that was an important distinction you made about Belmonte. I forgot that I've been so conditioned to not spoil the results of the event in Detroit, but those have all aired now, twice each.
Yes.
So, yes, Belmonte with 2 titles this year as well. Belmonte, of course, not here. I'm sure he's watching on FloBowling.
Oh, it's bright and early on Sunday down there in the wee hours of the morning, and I'm sure he's up catching all the action. And I know that's one man that's definitely looking forward to the FloBowling Fall Swing in Tulsa in October, right before the U.S. Open in Wichita, Kansas, shortly thereafter. That will wrap up the 2018 calendar year for the Go Bowling PBA Tour. So it could be interesting because in years past, we've had the World Series of Bowling really decide and wrap up the Player of the Year title. Now this year, players not a lot of events left to do that. There'll be 3 titles available at the PBA Fall Swing. And of course the major title on the line at the U.S. Open. So counting this event in Parkside, there's 7 more chances on the North American continent to take home a Go Bowling PBA Tour title. We've got here at Parkside in July, we have the Striking Against Breast Cancer Mixed Doubles, the Gene Carter Pro Shop Classic, and the Kenfield Group Classic in August. And then the Wolf, Bear, and Tulsa Open titles at the Fall Swing in October to go with that U.S. Open. So if somebody can take 3 titles at the end of the year, or even if somebody can take a hot October with maybe a couple of titles in Tulsa and then take home that U.S. Open as well, that can really change up the Player of the Year race, because one man you got to think is in the lead right now for it is this man right here, Andrew Anderson.
Andrew Anderson. Those of you who subscribe to Bowlers Journal International next month, actually he's on the cover this month for his USBC Masters win. Next month you can read about his Jonesboro title, and I will vouch that it is an excellent article. I got an advance copy. And the journalist who interviewed him for that article, it was great. He was a great interview subject because he didn't hide anything. He's not happy he wasn't in the league or wasn't picked for the league. And now he's coming out and showing everybody, you should pick me for everything.
Well, I've always said sometimes the best way to bowl is to bowl pissed. And Andrew's done that for a bit now.
Say this about a few players, but he's especially good when the lanes are especially difficult. And that was certainly the case with Jonesboro and USBC Masters.
And even at the 60th Anniversary Classic in Indianapolis, where he just missed the show thanks to a stubborn 9-pin during position round. And then, of course, the week before that, he made the TV show at the Tournament of Champions in Akron on a very tough lane condition. Rick McCormack, that's a young man that came on the scene in Indianapolis. Had a great run at that 60th Anniversary Classic. young man out of Cincinnati. Gave the college bowling career to start bowling on the PBA right out of high school. And we've seen that with quite a few players recently. Anthony Simonson being one of them. Of course, Trey Ford, the third, who's still in high school, our youngest PBA member. If you're a Cameron Weir fan, today's your day. You get to see them for 3 consecutive games as Weir keeps the strong roll on the orb.
Who isn't a Cameron Weir fan?
There's some good things on his Twitter page he comes up with on occasion.
Just this morning, standing here, he was talking to you. I don't know how that conversation began, but just the self-deprecating as Tom Carter picks up the 3-7 off to the left.
I asked Cameron because there's this event, obviously, with Sean Rash being the major part of it. There's a major presence of a ball manufacturer on site, and they had autograph cards for many of the players on that ball manufacturer staff, and there was no autograph card for Cameron Weir. And I was kind of like, where's your autograph card? Where's your picture that you can autograph for the fans and send it out? And he goes, apparently I'm just not good enough yet. Well, you got PBA Tour titles. I would consider you good enough.
Yes. Andrew Anderson making his way up here. He spent most of the week in Orlando watching the U.S. Women's Open. Of course, that culminates today, and he is here trying to win his own tournament.
And it must say quality timing for this round here in Parkside, because this round will end prior to the start of the U.S. Women's Open on CBS Sports Network live at 5 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, and the big surprise, well, Liz made the show, but it wasn't the Liz everybody was talking about. Liz Johnson, who's won 4 in a row, missed the show, but Liz Culkin with a huge final block grabs that 5th spot, and she will be bowling in the opening match from Orlando. And a great top 5, Phil.
Yeah, big run by Liz Culkin to make that top 5. And Stephanie Johnson comes back from a bad Thursday to have a tremendous Friday to take that top seed and only need to win 1 match on that CBS Sports Network final.
Oh, and what about Shannon O'Keefe, who had a horrible first day? And she gets herself way up in there. Danielle McEwen also in the field, and Erin McCarthy in the 3rd spot. McCarthy just won her first PWBA title a couple weeks ago in Louisville.
Once again, the international presence being felt not just on the Go Bowling PBA Tour, but on the PWBA Tour as well. Tanya Rumimper from Indonesia just missing the TV show. Sandra Gongora from Mexico in 9th. Claire Guerrero, 12th. Siti Rahman from Malaysia in 14th. So lots of representation in the international contingent at the Women's U.S. Open. And there's a few international players in the field here in Aurora as well. You got Mitch Hupia here, who is from Canada. We've got Francois Lowe from South Africa. Richie Teese and Don Barrett out of England. Graham Fa, another Canadian.
Richie Teese spending a lot of time west of the Atlantic this year. Saw him in Wilmington. Went home for a bit, now obviously back out here in Aurora.
Francois Lavoie as well from Canada in our field. We're with the unusual, just taking the 2 off the 2-4-8-10. Andrew Anderson really looking to put a chokehold on his 3 competitors. If he can throw another strike here in the 7th frame. Working on 3 in a row after missing a single pin in the 3rd. Is it possible to put a chokehold on 3 players at the same time? We're about to find out.
John Weber could do it.
And nothing but perfection on that shot for Anderson. Keeps him running tight with Hupe for the 30 bonus on that pair, with Weir and Carter needing to do a bit of catching up.
Anthony Pepe in the 7th frame off a strike. The only player to ever bowl 295 on television. And it's because he threw 11 shots like that one. And then one much different.
And Pepe took home his 6th regional title last weekend in Yonkers, New York, as he won the PBA Home Field Bowled Eastern Open. Took down Darren Andretta in the championship match, 253 to 226. To take home that regional title.
You reading spare shots, Phil?
Yes, why yes I am. The incredible collection of stories gathered by the PBA public relations staff to keep our fans updated through the PBA homepage, as those spare shots are updated on a weekly basis. Such as this week's headline for PBA spare shots. PBA Extra Frame on FloBowling.com makes its debut Saturday.
I'll vouch for that.
With the Parkside Lanes Open, and they say it on the spare shots, it must be true.
And it certainly is. As McCormack, another strike.
And of course, those spare shots are a great way to keep updated on all the regional action from around the United States, with our 7 domestic regions, and of course our region in Japan as well. Aaron Beaver, we saw Beaver earlier today on Extra Frame. Beaver took home a regional title last week at one of the Dave Smalls Fun Time Centers, Pro Bowl West in Fort Wayne. And Beaver took home his first regional title. 267 to 178 over Connor Weber, so a dominating win for Beaver's first PBA Regional Tour victory. And of course, Spare Shots this week also gives the recap of regional competition coming up in other places other than this Extra Frame on FloBowling event in Aurora. And it's a brand new event in the South region, the Harrah's Cherokee South Open at the Ultra Star Multi-Tainment Center in Cherokee, North Carolina. Oh, I know there's one FloBowling fan that's watching on his mobile device while he's cheering on the players at the Ultra Star Multi-Tainment Center. That's our friend Adam Lemrys.
No question.
He can multitask when necessary. Kind of like us here in the FloBowling booth. Pepe keeps it rolling. Another strike on the board. See Brad Miller playing that left lane like he's in front of the ball return that he would have to encounter on the right lane, trying to keep the timing, footwork, and rhythm the same from lane to lane. Unfortunately for Miller, his struggles still continue as Miller can max out at 209. Schlebach still has a chance to take out 10 bonus pins. And with that strike right there, the slim chance, but it would take an open here from Miller and a strikeout from Schlebach to get 10 pins. And Miller with the conversion will get 10 pins. No chance of either player getting more than those 10 pins, as Mccormack and Pepe, a big battle here with Mccormack still possibly shooting 258, Pepe 279 pace. And Jeff mentioned Anthony Pepe and that big game on TV to get him to his first title in the opening event of the South Point Bowling Plaza. Kicked off the World Series of Bowling in 2014. And this, the final shot, just a little right at target early. And almost a 294 game for Pepe.
And that was the semifinal match. He had to go on and face Dick Allen for the championship, and obviously prevailed.
Yeah, Dick Allen struggled a bit late in that match against Pepe. Allen had a commanding lead. The 14 pins going into his half of the ninth frame. But then Allen left a 6-7 split he failed to convert in the ninth frame. And in Allen's 10th frame, left a pocket 7-10 that left the door wide open for Pepe to take home that first title. Of course, Dick Allen now a 5-time PBA Tour titleist after winning the extra frame event with the main shootout at Bayside Bowl earlier this year.
Great article about that in a recent Bowler's Journal. Dick Allen's daughter basically predicting that he was going to win. And he didn't know about that prediction until he did win. Dick Allen not here either. And that's kind of strange. He bowls everything. And that's why he's not here. He's bowling something else. He's bowling the regional, right, Phil?
No, he's actually opening up a pro shop in a bowling center as part of a travel plaza with Petro Travel Centers. So he's a little busy with that right now as they're aiming to open July 1st.
I thought I saw him on the standings of a regional.
No, that's the PBA 50, and that's David Allen.
David
in
Allen,
in the South region. Yeah, you have to. Those initials can be a little deceiving. Yeah, Dick Allen's bowling store opening up inside of Beltline Lanes and Gaming Center in Columbia, South Carolina. And of course, gaming being video games and such, not casino gambling. So when we saw Dick Allen in Lubbock, Texas at our last event, we saw Dick Allen wearing jerseys festooned with his sponsors of Petro Travel Centers and Quaker Steak and Lube, and they were quite large logos all over the jerseys. You knew who Dick Allen was being sponsored by at these events. And of course, High Five Gear doing a great job on those jerseys for Dick Allen, and of course, all the jerseys that you see players wearing in competition on the PBA Tour, all from High Five Gear. Saw High Five Gear president and owner Todd Molbeck a little while ago. He was down for the Pro-Am with his family last night. I think his daughter Cassie beat him in the Pro-Am. I didn't get a chance to ask. I'll have to ask Todd during the next break.
Well, how about now, Phil? Game 6 coming up.
Sounds
shortly.
good.
I know where it is. I grew up here. All my other stuff is on it. Now they have to go to shop and do my gear. My other one's messed up. It got shipped by the phone and now not if I don't mess with it. I have another reason you put away. But everything else is read like I want. Like, so there's no bigger balls than I can throw it. Oh, it was probably teaching. There's a guy though. Did you sign your brother up? Who did? DJ Tiger? Right, because they're both with them. I'm surprised they give them all their board.
Game 6 as round 1 qualifying continues at Parkside Lanes in Aurora, Illinois. The PBA Extra Frame Parkside Lanes Open. Jeff Goodger with Phil Brylow. Phil into Game 6. We're getting a look at Greg Ostrander, Larry Helton, Andrew Anderson, and D. Christensen. Dakota Christensen. Not going to make that mistake again. As previously noted, Jeff Goodger with Phil Brylow. And Phil, you have tracked down our roving reporter and chained her to the booth to make her talk to us.
Absolutely. Nicole DePaul Miller, we go back quite a ways,
We
almost
do.
20 years now from your days at the American Bowling Congress.
Yes, sir.
Back in the days, you were one of the people responsible for sport bowling and patterns such as this that are out on the lanes today for these players.
Yep. Yeah, and I had a lot of the lane guys yelling at me every pattern I created with the sport bowling program back then. Yeah, I've known you, gosh.
Yeah, it's been almost 20 years.
Our first introduction was at Classic Lanes in Greenfield.
Absolutely.
And Oak Creek, too, when we had a chance to bowl the Sport League there.
So, yeah, it was good times, and you've made your way through various things throughout the country, and now a new task undertaking you is you're going to be coaching a collegiate bowling program out in Iowa at Upper Iowa University. And what's some of the things that people could take watching FloBowling here if they're a young player, and maybe use those to help get better and get themselves in position where a college coach like you might take a good look at them?
Biggest thing is just watching ball reaction, specifically seeing where each of the players are at, types of balls that they're using, if they're using a stronger ball or a weaker ball. Their angles, how are they getting into the pocket? I find that some of the younger players, the junior bowlers, are slowly learning that, especially if they're going to junior gold. Being able to adjust quickly and sometimes taking risks. The big thing is I used something from Kelly Kulik, which she said a few years ago. She goes, it's all about taking risks when you're out here on the lanes. And
the risks throughout Parkside Lanes stay a little bit different between lanes 1 and 2 and lanes 53 and 54. And as you've been going back and forth, you've noticed, you could say a climate difference between one end of the center and the other.
Absolutely. So Parkside Lanes is a large center. And if anybody has probably heard, the temperature out here right now in Illinois is over 100 degrees outside. And so we here at the center are seeing on the lower end of the center a lot cooler temperatures versus at the high side of the center where it's a lot hotter. And so as I'm walking down, watching the team, watching my husband, checking to see what's going on in the transition, the lanes are breaking down much quicker at the higher end because of the temperatures versus what's going on the other side at the lower end.
Now, with the changing on the high end so much, because the heat, that's how the heat's affecting the oil used on the lanes, correct?
Yes.
Because back in your days at the ABC, you guys would test the lane oils, and you could see the difference between if a lane oil was put on a lane at 60 degrees Fahrenheit and 100 degrees Fahrenheit, you could see how the lane pattern would play entirely different for these bowlers.
Yep, absolutely. So when we had the facility in Greendale, the training facility had temperature control, and we were able to do tests to see what happens with transition when it was 60 degrees versus 80 degrees versus 100 degrees. And then also thinking about humidity. A lot of players don't get sometimes when they're traveling across the United States how much humidity plays a factor in how the lanes will break down. Even based on how your person you're paired up with on the cross too, they don't think temperature does play a factor in what happens with oil.
Your husband out here bowling, he's down on lanes
29 and 30
right now, so that's a tough little threesome to be bowling with, too, with Brad Miller, Steve Jaros, and Mitch Hupe.
Yes.
He's part-time player on the tour, obviously. He has a career at home as well as you do. You're a part-time player in the PWBA tour. What do you guys do to stay sharp? I mean, what's the practice? Is it easier to practice for both of you because you both are committed to the sport of bowling as well?
So we have a center where our pro shop is at Plainfield Lanes, and they do a sport shot for us every Wednesday afternoons. We're allowed to practice on that as much as we want. There are times that I will say, Jason, practice with me, because what I see bowling with men is a lot different than what I see with the ladies, and that has been a huge aspect of me becoming a better player on the women's tour. If you've watched the women's tour, a lot of us ladies try to line up together. We open up the patterns much differently than the men do, and so we are really blessed in having a center that's willing to work with us and provide us the opportunity to practice. Of course, I should be out here bowling this week. I chose not to because I wanted to support my husband at the tour stop and then also support my team.
Well, and you just mentioned it right now. How different would you have to play the lanes in this event as compared to if you saw a 39-foot pattern
on the tour?
Any of these 39-foot patterns on the PWBA tour?
Sure. So I was just telling this to my husband. I said, I really wish I would have brought my stuff. I wish I would have entered the event. I think I would have played the pattern much differently than where some of the men are at. What I find fascinating right now is I'm going across the center. There are a ton of men who are trying to play outside 5 with urethane, and that surprises me. And then as I go down to the lower end of the center, I see more men trying to loop the ball. They're playing around 20 to 15, and so I think for me, I would line up around 15 and stay in that and start migrating left a little bit and change the balls that I would throw. So I don't know. I should have brought my stuff. Yeah, I really should have.
Well, we're sitting here in Game 6. We get to see your husband throw a ball right now. And for those that may not be as initiated into the sport as we are here, how many bowling ball chases has Jason gone through in 6 games, and what's the reasoning behind that? Because people go, why do pros need so many bowling balls? We get that question a lot, and you can kind of answer that for everyone.
Absolutely. So right now, I think he is finally settled with a ball that is able to clear through the heads and make a push and snap pretty fairly quickly off the break point, or off the spot, as most technical people don't know that. And so he went through, I think in the 3rd game, 4 or 5 bowling balls.
Okay.
And talking with our tour rep, Billy Orlikowski is out here this week for Team Brunswick and Team Deviate and Radical, and so they had a discussion about what ball to use, and he finally settled on the method, which is a hybrid symmetrical, and seems to be working well. It's clearing through the heads for him right now, because he has been bowling on the high end with the heat. Okay. Now, if he was on the other end, I don't know if that would be the ball to use. I think he would want to do something more asymmetrical that will kick up quicker for him and make the turn quicker for him.
And as you mentioned, you and your husband own a pro shop.
Yes.
What can people, we mentioned a lot of pro shops, yours included, show extra frame on FloBowling in the pro shop. And what can, could people see how Brad Miller's throwing the ball right now? Could you make a ball choice off a player like that? Or would it be somebody more like Steve Jaros that you'd make if somebody goes, hey, I really like the way Brad Miller's ball is hooking, but the person throws it like Steve Jaros? What would you do to kind of steer them in the right direction?
So one of the things that we like to do for our shop and many of the great shops that are out there is we have a bowler go out and throw, and we figure out their ball speed, their axis point, figure out what type of ball motion they're looking at. So if they were thinking about Brad Miller but throw like Steve Jaros, we would figure out, okay, based on that, let's pinpoint what balls. Do we want a symmetrical hybrid or an asymmetrical pearl? Do you want something that's going to be a quicker transition or a slower transition to get that type of ball motion that he's looking for, and then go from there. We are not just going to limit a bowler because, I want this. We want to work with them and make sure they're getting the best possible reaction out of a bowling ball. And there are a lot of players out there that sometimes don't understand that concept, that you can't just single yourself out to one ball motion. And that's where they struggle when they're out here on the lanes.
Did your husband have a different attitude coming into qualifying today because of the unique format with the 30, 20, 10 bonus pins?
So I had to have him explain it to me. I was a little confused about this at first, and I thought, why are we doing this? And then when he explained the concept of you get points based on how you do on that pair, I was like, this could really change the outcome of the tournament. I've never seen a format like this. I would love to see the PWBA try this just once to see what happens, because we don't do a cross like this on tour. We are moving together as a pair, and so for them to, I get what I'm seeing is, because he's a second player, he's moving a little bit more lanes across than the first player. So yeah, it's different. I'm still struggling to figure it out.
So are the players.
Yeah. And so a lot of the players are like, do I get 30 points or 20 points? And I'm just like, I'm just back here tour repping right now, so I don't know. It's just different.
Yeah. But he didn't change his game plan in qualifying just because of the bonus pins.
No, I tried to psych him out. That's like, you better bowl well. Your wife's reputation is on the line. I'm kidding. He knows what he has to do to get out here, and he's been practicing a lot the last few weeks once we knew that the tournament was coming out here. Yeah. It's nice to have a local event for a change and not have to travel 1,100 miles or 900 miles or however many miles we have to go to bowl tournaments nowadays.
Run up a lot every on the vehicles, no doubt about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Just like you and everyone else that does our stuff for Extra Frame. I know you guys are always on the road every week, so I don't know how you all do it.
Yeah, we manage. So
qualifying keeps us going.
Yeah. Absolutely, because you're not bored, right?
This is definitely a format where every pin matters, especially towards the end of the game. We've already seen a couple of ties. We've already seen one game where a bowler he leaves an 8-pin in the middle of a string of strikes, and it costs him 20 pins. Instead of walking out the pair with 30, you walk out with 10, plus the 20 pins you lost, obviously, with leaving an 8-pin between strikes. And Yeah, it makes life a little interesting today, no doubt about it.
It's almost like a qualifying block with match play incorporated into it to really get the players to not be slacking, I guess is the best way to describe it, because I know watching myself on tour, knowing I'm like, I give up, I'm done. But if I had this type of format, knowing that I would be bowling against 3 other people, I think it would really charge me up, and I think that's where he's at right now. He's kind of told me to leave him alone for a little bit, so that's why I'm back here.
It was a perfect time to pull you into here. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, and Sean got this right because the National Collegiate Match Games are on Thanksgiving, and St. Louis has used this format for many, many years, except it's a team format. It's just each individual game is 150, because it's 5-person team, 150, 150 for the 4 teams that are seated together on 2 pairs of lanes. And it's going to be interesting that you and now your Upper Iowa University teams could have a chance to bowl, not in 2018, but 2019.
Yeah, we're going to start in 2019. I'm actually starting recruiting. I just started this week, working on my who am I going to get? Who do I really want to have on my team this year and the coming years? Yay, husband. That was a great shot.
Now, it's pretty interesting as well because McKendree is a notable Division II bowling school that also offers financial aid for the men on that side as well. And you're going to be that rare NCAA Women's Division II program that is also offering a club men's program, but it's also going to offer scholarship money.
Yes, it is. Yeah, so the university has blessed me with the opportunity of doing both and scholarship money for both. And so it's going to be interesting to see how this is going to work out with the ladies competing against McKendree, Central Missouri, Maryville, all the really strong teams in the Midwest, and then the men's team being able to travel without regard to any tournament that's USBC.
Yep. And it's quality educational facility as well, because that's where I received both my bachelor's and my master's degrees. So, yes, I'm rooting. I'm being the homer for my alma mater.
He's going to help me recruit, I think, too, one day.
No, I'm sure I can put in a good word here and there for a few people.
A few people.
So. But, yeah, definitely a lovely campus out in Fayette, Iowa. Small town feel to the campus in the city. And where are the practice facilities going to be for your team?
So we were hoping to have lanes built on the campus. There had been talk that they were going to build a brand new rec center and everything. Okay. We're still not sure what's going on with that. There's a center in West Union, Iowa, who has offered us their 8 lanes. I also have Maple Lanes in Waterloo, Iowa, and then Panther Lanes in Tripoli, Iowa. I think I said that right. So I have several centers that have offered an opportunity to bring the teams there and practice. The city, West Union, is just 8 miles north of Fayette, and they have welcomed me with open arms, and I'm really excited about this. I just wish there were lanes on the campus.
Yeah.
One day.
It could happen.
One
Absolutely.
day. If we bring in a world-class championship team, I'm sure that they're going to give me everything I need to make sure that team sticks around long enough. My husband and I, it was a goal, and he was excited about it. I can't thank Brad Hagan enough from Sam Houston State University. He was the one that said, hey, by the way, the school's looking for a coach, and and then hearing you're an alma mater, too. I mean, that was pretty cool.
Exactly. So, yeah. So there was a bug planted out there many, many years ago by me, but I don't think anybody from that regime would still be around anymore. But it's good. It's good to see happening, and it's good to see college bowling continue to expand everywhere throughout the United States.
Absolutely.
So.
I mean, if you look at the field, there's so many bowlers that used to be college bowlers, and we were talking about this at the PWBA events, especially during Queens, and the big thing was the amount of college bowlers that have come out to bowl the tour stops. And just seeing I hate to say this, the age difference in terms of you see the younger generation coming in and they're dominating right now. And it's like, gosh, if I would have done this back 20 years ago, I probably would be dominating. So, college bowling is awesome right now.
Yeah, I mean, and there's some non-members bowling in this event.
Yes.
There's guests that, young players like Alex Lehman and Brent Boho that are still in college and use these PBA competitions to gain experience they're using at the collegiate level. So it's one of the nice working things that the PBA has as well, is that non-members can participate. They can cash up to 2 times a year in an event. And if there's still a youth bowler, like Cameron Doyle was for many years, they could just take that money and take it as scholarships.
Now, do we have any youth bowlers bowling this week?
Yes, there
Daniel
are.
Hall.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Daniel Hall out of Texas. I know he's going to Ottawa University next year in Kansas.
Wow.
He just graduated from high school. I know Brent Boho is still at St. Ambrose. He's a member of Junior Team USA as well.
Now, I saw him bowling earlier, and I didn't get a chance to really watch too much of what he was doing.
He has a very unique style.
Yes. There are a few that are unique styles this week, I've noticed.
But when you watch them in slow motion and all of a sudden they get to the bottom of the swing and everything's where it's supposed to be, you go.
All the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the uniqueness of our sport. It's you look at all of our two-handers versus like Jacob Buttriff, for example. We were in Syracuse the same time Jacob was bowling, and I just in awe of how he throws that ball. I don't know how he does it.
Hyper flexibility is
a
good key. Hey, your husband's got a chance to take 30 bonus pins off his pair, and he's got a chance to set up really nice when he steps back up here in the 9th frame. Working on a double, possible 247.
That would be nice. It would be a celebration. That means I don't have to stand behind him anymore.
And he's made another move. Was that off the almost 4-pin he left last frame that he would make that? It almost looked like a 2 or 3 board move.
He did, yeah. He's slowly migrating left again. I know when he was down 30-something, I don't remember what pair it was on, he made a little bit more of a move left just to get the ball to finish better off the spot. I'm noticing balls when they're hitting, it's like dead. They're just not going through the pins. So I'm not sure if it's the ball choice that he made or what he was doing down there, but now that he's in this other ball, it seems like it's working out for him.
Yeah, you watch some, as you mentioned, you mentioned the word dull pinfall before.
Yes,
like it just doesn't
dead.
sound, you don't get the sharp crack that you normally get. And I wonder because pins are made of wood and they absorb humidity, if that could be the issue right now.
It may be down at the higher end because of how hot it is and the carry. Watching my teammate Charlie Brown throw a shot, it looked like it was a great pocket hit, and it left a flat 7-10 and I don't know what pin rolled over and knocked out the 10 pin. He turned around and looked at me. He's like, I don't get it. And I said, it sounds like it's hitting, but it's not hitting strong like it's a, I don't know how to describe it. And we bowlers know when we throw a good shot and it hits right. So it makes me wonder, with the weather today and tomorrow it's going to be the same, it's going to affect what the carry is going to be down at the higher end.
Yeah, just looking at the pair just finished on 27 and 28. 208, your highest score on that pair, walking away with 30 bonus. And all of a sudden, if you're on another pair next door and all of a sudden you shoot 220 and get 0, that could be a little mentally taxing.
Yeah, and then you're looking
for a player.
You're looking around at the scores next to you and you're going, this doesn't make any sense to me. Why am I not kicking out corners, or why am I hitting pocket flush and leaving an 8 pin? I saw that a lot so far as I've been walking up and down the center today and just seeing where the players are at, and are they changing their hand release? Are they changing how fast they're walking or slow? And I want to go out there and bowl.
This guy was a superstar in Illinois and on the PBA Tour when you were still in high school around here.
Yeah, Steve Jarrell. So a story, growing up here in the Chicago area, he actually used to help with the youth program when I was bowling as a junior program at Strike and Spare in Town and Country and stuff. And so I hadn't seen him in a really long time, and Jason bowls league with them on Friday nights at Yorkville, and I looked up and I'm like, oh my God, Steve Jarrell. I go, do you remember me? He's like, I don't know. And of course my hair was long, a little kid, and I'm like, you watched me bowl when I was a junior bowler. Yeah, he's still got it. It's awesome. And when he won the regional a few weeks ago, it was so cool to see him win that.
Yeah. So he would a quality job. He has a Classic Bowling Products now as a sales representative, and sometimes he got to the point in his career where he knew, staying competitive out here with the kids is tough. He's not old enough for the 50 tour yet. And now he actually is. He is
now.
Old enough for the 50
and he's
tour.
got 2 kids too. So one is at Highlands Community College with Jeff Johnson's program, and then his son and his daughter is at St. Ambrose, I believe.
Okay.
So he's still coaching high school as well at Yorkville. So he used to be, when I was coaching Wabansie Valley over the last year, Yorkville, of course, wasn't that far away from the high school. And, I saw him a lot. And then he, of course, he's one of our sales reps for Classic, so we see him a lot too with that stuff for our shop.
Well, 30 bonus pins in the bag now for Jason Miller, even with the late fall of the 710.
I'm sorry. I'm so excited when I see him throw.
You're allowed to be a homer. See as he shakes his head at you.
Nice little help with some pins there to pop off a 710. That's nice.
Exactly.
He's only doing this because he's on live stream. I'm telling you.
Well, hey, you gotta be the show. I guarantee you, when Carmen Salvino hits live stream, you will see Carmen shoot the highest games of his tournament. He did that a couple of years ago at the Tournament of Champions in Shawnee, Oklahoma, where I think he averaged about 225 on the live stream pairs, and he averaged about 180 the rest of the tournament.
Wow!
So he knows how to turn on the charm and the pinfall when he has to with Carmen.
Well, it's nice to see Carmen out here bowling too. It was really nice to see that he had entered the tournament. I was like, oh, cool, Carmen Salvino's bowling.
Yeah, that's one of those ones where you just remember from when, well, I got a few years on you, but
you do not have that many years on me.
I got enough. Watching him on Saturday afternoons and watching him jump around and dance and being the original showman of bowling.
And he's still like that. So I'm watching him bowl, and he was paired up with Jason, and there's one or two shots where he just jumps up and gets a strike. I want that kind of talent, just to jump up and get a strike. That'd be awesome.
And when our archives are transferred to FloBowling, if you've not watched the PBA Hall of Fame induction banquet from 2018, you need to do so, just on the basis of the 5 minutes Carmen had on stage telling stories and having having a good time on stage, being the center of attention. And it's well worth going into the archives for that.
Just to listen to him talk about bowling and everything, I would love to. I'll have to go back and look through that once it gets changed into the new system. Yeah, I'm excited about FloBowl or the Flow Sports and how they're doing all this. It's really cool.
Yeah, I've already had 3 people remind me that Flow Racing is a very important part of FloBowling as well. So
there we go.
To go with Flow Wrestling and Flow Marching Band. I can't remember the
Someone said there's
channel.
cricket on there too.
There might be. I can't remember all. We're now the 25th channel, I believe, that they have. I know their rugby coverage is really expanding, and that's the sport I've been watching a little bit more of nowadays. Cricket's interesting.
I
it
struggle
a few
with
times.
the little bat and the Rugby is okay, but
I struggle with the proper leg before wicket call. So, and then of course the whole England Australia cricket ball altering scandal with the sandpaper. See, it's not just sanding balls and bowling that causes controversy. They do it in cricket as well. So, well, Nicole, if people want to get a hold of you for Upper Iowa University,
I'm so sorry, I have to laugh. That was funny.
That's just normal.
I know.
That's why I'm unfazed.
That's 4 years in this booth with me.
This is the first time I've been on here with live stream for him. I've been on with Emil and stuff, and Emil, we find a way to connect. And I've known Phil for so long. I'm waiting for him to bring up stories.
I thought you were going to say you were waiting to find a way to connect.
No, see, because if I bring up stories about other people on air, then stories about me come out other places, and I don't need that.
I have nothing bad to say about you. Nothing whatsoever.
Yeah, that's true. We can say bad things about other people that we knew.
Absolutely.
So that we
I
use
love doing that. That's fun. Anyways, you were saying, I'm sorry.
Anyway, so is there a way if young players or their parents are looking to get some interest in the Upper Iowa program that's developing, how can they contact you?
So there's a couple of ways that they can get in touch with me. They can go to the Upper Iowa University website and go to the sports section and click on bowling. And there's a link in there that has information for parents and or students to fill out for prospective student athletes. They can also, if they're going to Junior Gold or Turbo Tech or DB8 Shootout in a couple of weeks, I'll be out there.
Okay.
Also recruiting and getting in touch with a lot of the different kids that I've reached out to. They can find me on Facebook if they want as well and send me a message through Facebook, and then I can give them my email information or email. It's DEPAULN53@uiu.edu.
There you go.
If I said that right, I hope I did.
And of course, if they're in the area of the southwest side of Chicago, they can always stop in your husband's pro shop.
Yeah, stop by Perfect Motion Pro Shop. We are currently in our summer hours right now, and any chance a junior bowler wants to come in and talk to me, just got to follow the NCAA rules for the ladies and for the men.
It's a free-for-all.
Yeah, for the men, it's a free-for-all. I know. We got those NCAA rules. I got to follow them. I got to make sure I do it right.
Yes, indeed.
And they can stop by and talk to Jason. Jason's got my information to give to any parent that needs it. And I will try to come up to Wisconsin. I have plans to go to Tennessee, Kentucky, New York. Surprisingly enough, I have a contact at New York. Maybe Hawaii. Maybe. We'll see.
Yeah.
So that way, if they want to get involved with the program or interested in being part of my team,
Be a fighting peacock.
Yes, I know. Peacocks. I know. I'm so excited. I love the color blue.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So, Nicole, thanks for sitting in with us.
Thank
and
you.
good luck the rest of the summer and all the endeavors that you got going on.
Absolutely.
You're as busy as we are.
I know. Gosh, I know. Enjoy. It was nice talking to everybody. I'll see you guys soon.
Game 7 coming up.
awesome.
Parkside Lanes, Aurora, Illinois. The PBA Extra Frame Parkside Lanes Open. Game 7 of 8, round 1 of qualifying. Jeff Goodger with Phil Brylow, now joined by PBA Tour champion Ronnie Russell. And Ronnie, you bowled some of this tournament, and now you're sitting with us. Tell us what happened.
Well, it all kind of started last night. I mean, it really all starts with the weather we're having this weekend. Like, it's 2,000% humidity. It's like 95 outside, but feels like 105. And in a building, you know, sometimes just can't take it. I don't care how many air conditioning units you have.
Yep.
I got up there, bowled first game. I was on the low end, and it's a little cooler down there, and bowled okay. You know, got a few points on one of the wins, and I go to the next pair, and I talked to Andrew Anderson, and we were crossing next to each other, and I go, "Does it feel like it just got a little sticky?" And he goes, "No, I think it feels okay." I'm like, "Okay, maybe it's me." And he goes up there and he sticks his first shot. And he comes back and tells me, and I get up on the approach, and I'm like, well, I'm just going to plant this first shot. I'm just going to figure it out, just get into it. Okay, no problem. So I plant, and I get a spare or whatever, and go to throw the next shot, and I tried to slide a little bit, and I dead stopped, and my hand went over on the foul line. The left side of my knee started burning a little bit.
Ooh.
So, and I knew the problems we had last night, and I just I don't want to hurt myself.
I understand.
I mean,
it's a long season to go yet here on the PBA Tour.
Yeah, and I feel really bad for Sean Rash because he's put so much work into this regional and this X Frame event, and it's not his fault. It's not the center's fault. It's just the weather is so bad, and
it's a once every 20-year weather event,
right? For
the humidity and heat like this in the Chicago area.
Well, and then the high end of the building, middle end of the building has been so much hotter because the air conditioning unit went out, midday yesterday.
Yeah.
And they had someone here working at 6 a.m. this morning to fix it, and it can't keep up. It's just too humid outside. And
and the human body is a great generator of heat, and of
Right.
course with all the fans that are now in here as well, last night Pro-Am bowlers and fans, now a decent-sized concourse of fans here, they're throwing heat off as well for you guys, and
Yeah.
that's not helping the AC out at all.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of guys still doing really good out there, and use different slide soles and all this kind of stuff. But it's just, I felt sticky the whole time, and I didn't want to hurt myself, didn't want to deal with it, and just, I just withdrew. It's probably for the better, but no. Besides that, I mean, I think everything's going really awesome. We have a barbecue this afternoon. We have a band this afternoon. I mean, they've really done a lot here to make this an event.
Yeah, definitely. Pig roast open to all. You meet some of your favorite PBA players after the qualifying round here is done. And if you're a young player tomorrow, you got that youth clinic for free as well, beginning after qualifying is completed.
Yeah, I know that one of the problems I have, my approach it's a pretty slow approach. But I feel like my heel gets on the ground a little faster than most players. And I think it's maybe why I feel like I stick so much. I went all the way down our slide pads to the lowest end ones. Now, once I get into the slickest ones, then it's too slick. So
yeah.
I'm just there's no medium with me. So I guess that's why I have such, my footwork on my physical game is not the strongest. So if my timing isn't right, then it's all whacked out. So
yeah, as soon as your leverage is out of place a little bit at the bottom of the swing, all hell can break loose.
Yeah, it can, and I didn't feel like being that frustrated, so I just went ahead and pulled
Well,
out.
and like you said, too, when you feel something start to burn, that's usually the first sign of, yeah, you better stop what you're doing.
Right.
'Cause the last thing you want to do is risk anything permanent and go with.
And I'm 38 years old. It's not like I'm 18. I'm not going to heal as easy. But, yeah, I definitely don't want to do surgery. I watched one of my good buddies, Jason Couch, have double knee surgery, and
he had a full knee replacement eventually, too, didn't he?
Yeah, and he wears braces on both knees, and it's like, I don't want to go through that. So I called it quits today. It's the first time I've ever withdrawn an event. So it was tough to do, but
as you said, the smart thing to do, though.
Smart thing to do. And like I said, I feel really bad doing it because I know Sean's done so much for this tournament, and he understands, and we're still going to have a great time today, and it's still going to be a good event. It looks like people are sliding out there a little better right now. It feels a little cooler, I guess. I don't know if maybe the air's starting to filter through the building a little better.
I know they got the fans on about Mach 6. They brought in a couple extra fans as well to help push some air around.
On the in pair, they actually have a fan right by the foul line. So EJ was down there the second game, and I came down and asked him how it was after I withdrawn, and he goes, "It's fine." And then I talked to him the next game, and it's not fine. He's using one of these. It's a Dexter. Like a slide cover.
It's like a sock that goes over the front of your suit.
And that's what he's using. And
we see quite a few guys in the PBA 50 Tour go to those socks when it gets a little humid because you
the Pro Shop ran out.
Yeah.
The Pro Shop ran out. They ran out of all slide soles, and they were fully stocked, and they ran out of everything. Steve Jaros, he called one of the distributorships and ordered a bunch of.
He's got a key to the warehouse.
I mean, it is. That's where we're at this week. So.
Well, it didn't hurt EJ too much because he came back in Game 5 and he shot a 300 game. They have highlights of that on the FloBowling Facebook page and Twitter feed. So,
well, let's check out that 8th frame again. Have you guys seen
They didn't have that.
Okay,
they just had the 10th frame.
I was down there watching him, and he goes high, and this pin rolls around really slow and knocks the 6-pin forward. And he give us the look like he expected it to fall, and we give him the look like, we don't like you anymore. So. But no, it's been really awesome, and I don't even know what the scoring pace is right now. I've seen some scores, but they still look halfway hard.
It still looks like if you have a 2-teen scoring pace, you might make that top 27 by the time this event's done. Because I can't see it getting any easier off of Chameleon. I mean, you go to Don Carter next,
right?
Which, as much as that can change with a little bit lower volume, if the heat's still the same tomorrow like it's supposed to be, that can be really interesting for bowlers across the house.
With the lower volume, I think it's going to force a lot of rev rates to either use urethane or get way left, so it's really going to make the pattern transition in not a very good way.
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to see a lot of hook in the middle and tight to the right, and it's going to be tough.
And then you're going to get to the Bear on day 3 for the top 27, and that's not going to be easy for anybody. So, yeah, it's going to be a pretty interesting week, and the scoring pace, if you're somebody like Don Barrett that after the first 4 games, he was averaging 230. Right now, Graham Fa sitting at a 236 pace. Your leader, he's at plus 267 with his bonus pins.
Is that average with the bonus pins?
I don't think so. It doesn't seem like it would be 4 games. No, that is the average with the bonus pins. They haven't separated it out yet.
So it's actually pretty low scoring. Well, not low, but it's not as high as it has been lately.
But even so, you look at 27th place right now, it's Nick Crummel. He's averaging 212.
Right.
So, no, that is without bonus pins, averaging 212, because he's at 848 for 4 games, so that's 212 average, and he's got 70 bonus pins to get the plus 118.
Can I pick a sleeper pick?
Absolutely. We love sleeper picks in this booth.
He's not even a sleeper pick. I mean, he's not out of retirement. He just works now. Hometown, Steve Jaros.
Yeah.
He threw 3 different patterns, and they're going to be tough.
He's been throwing it well on extra frame.
What is he? He's in 9th place? You can't call Steve Jaros a sleeper pick, but not bowling a lot lately out here. It's, a lot of the kids don't even really know him. They don't realize how good this old man is.
Well, they found out a couple of weeks ago in the Midwest region when he took home a regional title, number God knows how many, 46 or 40. Yeah. So he's in the top 5 all time on regional titles.
We can see Andrew Anderson's doing well again. He was using that urethane ball, that trusty purple ball he always uses, the purple hammer, and it didn't look like he was going to miss the first couple games.
Is there any key that you've seen that has caused Anderson to break out like he has?
I think the fact that his swing is super long, he's linky, and I think in order to bowl good on what we're bowling on right now, I think your ball has to clear the front really well, and you got to have a kind of not a zero tilt axis rotation, but or an axis rotation, but you got to have like 7 to 10 degrees of tilt.
Okay.
And I think he just falls right in the middle of that. And with his long swing combo, I think he's matching up, and he's taking advantage of himself matching up.
I mean, because you look at the 2 tournaments he's won this year.
Right.
And they were shotmaker tournaments. The
Yes.
Masters was definitely a shotmaker tournament. At any time in Jonesboro, I don't care if you put a house shot out there. That's a shotmaker's house, and
There is no
been
doubt
successful.
that when it comes to bowling on a harder pattern, out of a lot of the kids, I would say he's definitely the top 1 or 2. I mean, he bowls good every time they're hard. And I think it goes back to how long his swing is. And he trusts what his bowling ball is going to do. He trusts what his hand's going to do. And, as you can see, EJ having all that success, the last 4 or 5 years, it's all about self-belief, and that's what Andrew has right now. I bowled to Peterson with him a month ago, and I think he might still be leading that. I mean,
I think you're correct.
Everything.
It's not a really high. I mean, the last few years it was 16. It was like a 210 average, like 1670 to win it, and he had like 1551. And he's still in the lead.
Yeah, I bowled right with him, and he missed like 5 or 6 single pins to even be there. So he could be easily 1600 there. I like this, Will the Chill Clark. Where's Will Clark? If you got a nickname like this on the back of your shirt, you got to be up there, right?
He's frequently confused with former San Francisco Giant Will, not the Chill Clark.
I'm not even sure I'm going to be able to find his name on the leaderboard without the chill on there. Where's it?
While you search for that, just got word Rhino Page has joined you in the WD ranks. Page.
He was struggling the second game.
He had an issue on the approach as well.
Yep.
And
so we have Simonelli, me, and Rhino right now.
So
it's really unfortunate. I mean, like I said, I feel bad for the bowling center. Feel bad for Sean. Mother Nature in the Midwest, it's not fun in the summertime sometimes. It's not fun in the winter.
Well, yeah, you spend all winter begging for it, and then you complain about it when it gets here.
Yeah.
Perfect for bowling.
Why do we live here again?
Yeah, I know Rhino Page had a busy week last week up in Wisconsin. He gave 3 youth clinics with A.J. Johnson in the Sheboygan and Fond du Lac areas that were pretty full up with young players getting ready for junior gold and everything else during the summer. So it's not like Rhino was lounging around earlier this week before coming to competition.
Yeah, if you don't feel comfortable getting to the line, it's really hard to bowl. It really is.
So as you started this event, because obviously having a game or so under your belt, did your approach to this qualifying format change any from a normal qualifying format, which is 4 guys in a pair making their way through 8 games?
Yeah, I mean, even when I'm in round robin, I try not to pay attention to what anyone's even bowling at me. I just try to focus on me beating the lane itself, because I think that can add added pressure. And so, no, I was going to treat this exactly the same as I would normal qualifying, and looked up the scoreboard and see how many points I got later. And Greg Ostrander give me the look of, what are you doing? He wants to know what I'm doing. Well, I'm watching bowling, and Tiger Woods just birdied again. He's 1 back. My good buddy Tom Workmeister is 32nd right now in the Senior U.S. Open. And then my good buddy Ostrander is just wondering what I'm doing. So I'm just trying to watch bowling and watch some golf at the same time. He looks confused. How are you bowling? He's really good. 313 over. That might be leading.
Any lofting yet? Just started to? He's a fun guy to watch loft.
He's a shimwrecker.
Greg Ostrander. Yeah, that exhibition in the 2016 U.S. Open on that infamous pair, 33 and 34 at the South Point Bowling Plaza. That was a fun one to watch. I've never seen a ball exceed half the length of the lane on a loft and just crush the pocket.
He makes me look like Norm Duke when I bowl. And we know how far that is. There he is, Steve Jaros. For most of the kids, literally have never watched this guy. He is just, his arm swing is so straight, and he's just so soft at the bottom.
Yeah, last time Steve was on TV, PBA Viper Championship Finals.
I mean, you can't throw a bad shot with that swing.
At the first World Series of Bowling, Thunderbolt gave Rhino Page a good run in that early match. in the Viper Championship, only the fall. But you just what it hasn't changed. It's 8 years, and even with as bowlers lose flexibility and maybe a little muscle strength as age takes its toll, the swing doesn't look any different for Jaros.
I think he actually looks younger now.
Well, then he got Rhino Page with him. He was sporting the shaved head. Just saw that shot. That's a seriously chrome dome Rhino Page right there. I got to remind him of that next time I see him.
Probably wait till tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh, he's probably back somewhere with an ice pack already.
He's right here,
I know.
2 feet to our left.
Apparently, there's a player that's left a 5-pin a few pairs down, and the
hands up. The
hands are up. I'm getting it up. I don't know what it's for either. I believe it's might be for Alex Lehman down there, a young player out of the Appleton area in Wisconsin.
Oh no!
Oh no, it's not.
That's Kevin. Is it? I've met him before. Kevin something.
Yeah, I can't remember.
Stetler,
yeah, I think
something like that. Stickler, and he got it.
Oh. Yeah, Rhino's got a little bit more of a limp than you had. He's definitely going to need ice or something soon.
Yeah, he was limping. It would have been game 2, and he's like, I don't know if I can do it. I go down there to watch him bowl. He's limping. And he was bowling okay, like when I was watching, but I think he had a front 4.
Yeah.
And he just couldn't take it anymore.
So for those that might be new to FloBowling and not be familiar with Ronnie Russell, not just a successful bowler all these years as well, but you're quite the golfer, and you gave I believe it was a Canadian Tour qualifier event a few weeks back.
I played the U.S. Open qualifier, and then I played the Web.com qualifier.
Okay, Web.com. Okay.
Yeah. Had a lot of putts in the Web.com qualifier. Dave Watka was my caddy. He read them all wrong. He's listening. Well, no, he's not listening.
He's in Manhattan right now.
Yeah, he was at the Yankees game last night. Interesting. Mookie gets him the tickets, and then he's like, "Yeah, take that, Red Sox." Like, wow, nice guy.
Well, that supply will be cut off quite quickly then.
No, so D-Wad. Well, I can't call him D-Wad on here. Dave Watka is.
Sure it's FloBowling. It's free reign.
He's a big Yankees fan, and I think it's hilarious. He was giving it to Mookie on the internet, even though he won't see it.
Well, the 810 light for Ostrander. Put the 2 in there with it for the 2-810. How about this guy, Kyle Sherman? The late last-minute pick, the last pick actually in the PBA League draft in 2018.
I think it surprised a lot of people. He's a really good player, and he did pretty good this year for his first time in that arena. But really surprised a lot of people. I know he had some success, but everybody thought Andrew Anderson should have been picked, and obviously he will be picked very early. So.
Oh, and then Kyle Sherman. I mean, obviously, you guys don't just bowl PBA Tour events. There's plenty of other events to bowl around the country. One of those being the USBC National Championships. And Kyle Sherman, 90 clean frames at the USBC this year.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, I saw that the other day. They believe since they actually have the automatic scorekeeping, and they've only saved records since I believe 1993. He's only the 4th person to ever do that.
That is unbelievable.
At the USBCs. So
this team event was very hard.
630, he had like 634 clean, which is not an easy thing to do.
Matt Sanders making a comeback. We haven't seen him in a while. He pulled something. Can't say what that is on camera, but he's back and it's healed up and everything's good to go, and he's still throwing as good as ever. I don't want to tell him that I'm actually giving him props right now because he wouldn't believe me. Still got to keep the kids on their toes. Nothing, man. Spray it more. Move your feet. This is game 7, huh?
Yes.
It's actually going faster than I thought it would. I think Mr. Weber back there is having a problem keeping up with the games, though, because when he goes through the computers to enter the scores, it's a little tougher. But
yeah, you got to verify instead of
right
just entering the scores. You have to verify who actually got 30, 20, and 10 on a pair, or if there's a tie, then you're dealing with 5s.
So if you are wondering why the scores might take a little longer to get on PBA.com, it's because it's really hard to track them down and get all the scores right. So.
And it's one guy
And it's one
tasked
guy,
with doing all of
and
that.
actually, I think Sarah Rash and Steve Jarros' wife is actually helping him out a little bit right now. Sarah looks like she needs to be sitting down. She looks like she's about to pop.
Yeah, she's due first week of August, I believe.
Yeah,
somewhere around there.
It's coming quick.
Yeah, last thing we need is Sarah going into labor while this tournament's going on.
Yep. I went down to the kids earlier and I told them if they wanted any sugar and some candy to come hit Uncle Ronnie up. Make sure that everyone goes home with hyper kids that aren't mine.
Yeah, Kyle Sherman's 90 clean, the 4th since 1993. One of those being a PBA and USBC Hall of Famer. Larry Lobb did it in 1998 in Reno. Jeff Riggles did it in 1994, I believe. And Mike McPherson also did it in 1998.
Mike McPherson. Marion, Indiana Mike McPherson?
I believe so.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really, really
90
good friends
clean
with
in only 2014 for
He's
his
from my
total.
small hometown. That's hilarious. He's a really straight player.
Yeah, and that's the only 4 90 cleans in USBC history.
I'm gonna have to say something to him.
Anybody, I don't think there'd be a single bowler here today that would go 100, the 100 and some we have left that is going to go 80 clean.
No, I ruined that second frame today.
I mean, we've seen events where players have gone, 12, 14, 8. We've seen Jacob Buttriff go 18 clean games in Vegas in 2016 in one day.
I can't tell. It looks like you're playing the same spot every time, Matt. Matt can't handle the fact that I just messed with him about his left-handedness, so.
Nothing wrong with being left-handed.
Sure. Yeah, we mess with him all the time. We mess with Couch all the time. I mean, he grew up in the lefty era.
I heard somebody gave him a statue or something. What's going on with that?
They Ebony International actually named the driveway coming in Couchway or Jason Couchway or whatever. They named a little road after him.
Road after him?
Yeah, so it was pretty cool. It was a really neat event. I think it actually caught him off guard. It was pretty cool.
So if you're driving by Ebony headquarters, you come in off the street, the first sign you'll see is Jason Couchway.
Yep.
Wow, it's pretty cool.
Yep. Steve Jarros going to get this. That's how.
Oh, wow.
Jeez, he's so good that he did that.
And that's going to leave him most likely in last this game. Charlie Brown needs a mark to get past him. Not even a mark. Charlie Brown just needs 9 pins on his 2 balls. So yeah, that's going to take Jarros back down the standings. And that's the most painful part. Is it's not just the 30 or 40 pins you're losing out to a guy just on your scratch score in the game. It's the 30 or 20 you're losing out to him on the bonus pins as well when you throw a bad game.
Well, it doesn't help when you have other bowlers back here black clouding him. Because I could tell you right now, he'll tell you himself, he black clouds himself more than anybody. He's his own worst enemy. I mean, he's said that for years. It looks like the lanes are really starting to burn in the front, and I think that's a result of a lot of your thing going down the lane the first few games, and everyone getting left and getting away from it. I think you're going to see Marshall Kent, EJ Tackett, all the guys with big rev rates that can just throw it pretty hard right. They're just going to start passing everybody. Definitely tomorrow. I think that even though they're going to hook more tomorrow and the middle's going to hook, I think the higher rev rates are just going to run them over because I think his building overall hooks more.
And Charlie Brown lucky to get that 10-pin down on that spare, but that's going to give him enough to get 10 bonus pins on the pair.
You know, I always like standing next to Charlie Brown.
Taller?
I just tower him. I don't get to do that too often.
Sanders trying to finish out big. And look, he looks for instant approval as he comes off the approach.
It looked
still staring you down.
It looked right off his hand and hit. So, I mean, I feel sorry for the right-handers rest of the tournament with him having that. I'm probably going to be getting a text from Jason Couch right now telling me to be quiet. Actually, his thought is when I mess around about the lefties, he'll be like, "You can't even beat the righties, so why are you worried about the lefties?"
You're the only professional bowler in history to ever win a title with French Montana. So
I know.
You can hold that over everybody.
One of the heaviest trophies ever and the coolest trophies. Yeah.
He didn't get a chance to defend with French, so that was the issue.
I know.
In my eyes.
I know.
I've
let Mr. Clark know that he didn't give us a chance. Actually, Frenchie didn't even show up the next year. And I got paired with, I think it was Allison Felix, or is that her name?
The sprinter? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. She was actually probably better. I mean, I don't think she'd ever bowled a day in her life, and she was better at bowling. No offense, Frenchie. Stick to rap.
Well, final ball at Game 7. Ronnie, thanks for sitting in the booth with us. Get some rest, enjoy the action, and if you hang around a little bit more this week, maybe we'll drag you in here one more time.
All right. Well, I'll be walking by. Just call me in.
Sounds good. Thanks,
Thank
Ronnie.
you.
Game 8 coming up.
final game of round 1 qualifying at Parkside Lanes. Jeff Goodger with Phil Brilo. And here we go, Phil. Carmen Salvino.
I've waited all day for Carmen to get on cam. And unfortunately, the first time I get to talk about him on cam, he ends a string of strikes going through the nose. But the makeable 3, 4, 6, 10 for Carmen.
Carmen just continues to break his record as oldest man to bowl in a PBA event. He's 84 years young. And I'm looking back at his past several seasons, and he has bowled at least one event all the way back to 2003, and that's as far as the list goes. So if I dig deeper, I'm sure I can find even more. He bowled earlier this year in the 60th Anniversary Classic. Salvino with Calkins, Davidson, and Clark in the ultimate game of round 1.
.731 career PBA Tour events for Carmen Salvino. 17 wins for Carmen as well. And the last win, a very special win for one young man that'll be in our booth tomorrow, and that's Randy Peterson, as Randy and Carmen won the 1988 PBA Senior Touring Pro Doubles for Carmen's 17th and final title.
Definitely have to talk with Randy about that tomorrow. Randy, one aspect of his career that often goes unnoticed is how many doubles titles he's won, and with different but very prominent players.
Yes.
And I'll save that for Randy. But yes, Carmen, as you mentioned, Walter Ray was another one. There's 2. But Randy has a list of 90 or 900 players he's bowled doubles with and won.
And of course, Carmen originally comes out of the great era of team bowling back in the 50s and early 60s before the PBA basically took over the focus of bowling with singles competition.
And another look at Kyle Sherman this game. And a split in the first for Sherman, back to Salvino.
In fact, I can go on to eBay right now and buy a 1954 Cameron Salvino Hams Beer bowling team press photo for $33. I mean, that's 64 years ago that Carmen was at the top of his game. Wow. In bowling on some of the best teams in the United States.
That might be the first Hams reference in the history of bowling live streaming.
I'll tell you what, the hair color may have changed a little bit for Carmen, and the hairline just a slight bit, but
barely.
Not much. Still the chiseled good looks of Carmen Salvino. He's walking over, talking to a couple of the young guys. Just went over to say a little something to Nick Crummell. .11 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow, round 2 of PBA Extra Frame Parkside Lanes Open qualifying. This time on the Don Carter pattern. And Crummell, even with the slight errant footwork, still manages to mix the rack. Crummell, one of those young players after completing college and coming out on the PBA Tour, really hot and cold. Events where he comes out and leads qualifying, like the USBC Masters a couple years ago, and then an event like the PBA Tournament of Champions in Akron earlier this year, where the PTQ, he was one of only 2 players to miss the cut. And that really got Crummell refocused on what he needed to do to improve his bowling game. Sometimes you must hit bottom before you can start working your way back up. And Crummell's made a couple slight changes to his game, really changed his mental focus, and getting back to being competitive in these Go Bowling PBA Tour events. Once we complete tomorrow's competition, we'll be down to our top 27 players for Monday. Coverage begins at 11 a.m. Eastern Time for our final 8-game qualifying round for that top 27. And once those 8 games are completed, we have the top 5 determined for our stepladder finals. 4 p.m. Eastern scheduled start time for that stepladder from here at Parkside Lanes in Aurora, Illinois.
Excellent.
And the one thing I'm looking forward to on Monday night, once our champion is determined, will be a champion's dinner after the stepladder, where the champion will be presented with their trophy and a prize check.
Does everybody else have to sit there and watch him eat?
I think they all get to join in breaking bread with the champion. I don't think it's just the champion. We could live stream that on FloBowling, just the champion filling their face with something from Tiffany's Pizza here inside of Parkside Lanes. Get to order the pie of their choice.
We'll look into it. But yes, Champions Dinner should be a tremendous addition to this event. Add a little pomp, some circumstance as well.
Kantos, Crummell, Sherman, Switalski. We mentioned Sherman's exploits at the United States Bowling Congress National Tournament last game with Ronnie Russell. And you can tell the genuine, shock on Ronnie's face when we said 90 clean at USBC. And anytime somebody can go 90 clean, I don't care if you're on a house shot, it's a heck of an achievement.
Yes. Ten clean. It's hard enough. Like Ronnie said, he didn't even go 2 clean today.
And the near whiff by Kantos on the 3-6-10 combination, barely taking the 3 down. And Ronnie Russell predicted an interesting finish today because some players used urethane early on and how it changes the front part of the lane more than the reactive resin does. And he's expecting even more fireworks tomorrow on the 39-foot Don Carter pattern, as that pattern has a tendency to change faster than this chameleon. Lanes can play entirely different even with the same length of oil pattern just by changing the volume and where particular parts of that volume are from left to right inside that oil pattern. And that's what Sean was looking to do with the 3 patterns selected for this event between Chameleon, Don Carter, and Bear. I now have Chameleon firmly embedded in my head after this morning. Scores will be updated at PBA.com shortly after the round is completed. As all scores will be re-verified, all match play pins will be re-verified.
That sounds easy.
And our tournament staff of 1, namely Rich Weber, has that undertaking to enter roughly 832 separate scores for 8 games for 104 players, and verifying all 832 games are correct. My favorite win on the Carmen Salvino list was the 1968 Venezuela Invitational in Caracas, Venezuela. Monamonachilli would have been a 4-year-old tyke at the time, I think.
Bet he was there.
And you see Carmen Salvino just walking off our screen. But how about this? How long this man's been competitive for? Since 1963. Championship Bowling, one of the first national broadcasts of singles competition along with the PBA Tour. And there's Carmen just rocking the 4-pin out. You can see right there. Flexing the muscle. Having a good time with it. Ultimate showman there with
Look at that.
Dick Weber. And how about that for graphics?
Wow. That's beautiful. Now present day Salvino, 9th frame.
It's one of the greatest. You still see this move out of Carmen, even at 84 years of age. Gets up, ball's a little higher in the stance than it used to be. You see the ball hooked down lane and the old knee wobble. Still has that one in the repertoire. The walk back, it hasn't changed in 55 years. The walk back, rubbing the, yeah. It's an amazing, it's living history right here with Carmen.
Well, apparently past Carmen bowled a little faster than current Carmen, is getting another shot from the past in as he awaits his turn here.
Watch out for that ball return, Carmen. I'm digging the handwritten graphics.
Steve Jarrell's 5th frame picks up the spare. And a double for Switalski. Actually a triple. No, double.
And that one hooks away from Carmen. As soon as he set that left, he knew he was not going to hold. And now Carmen with a maximum score of 186 this game. Could still take 10 bonus pins off the pair.
That is the appropriate response. That's just...
Just have what little wind you have left after almost 8 games of qualifying being completed sucked out of you. I think if we add up the other 3 players with Calkins, Davidson, and Clark on this pair, I don't think they have as many PBA Tour national tournament events as Cameron Salvino has wins. All young players out here in the Go Bowling PBA Tour. Salvino looking to get the big punch and show off for the 10th frame, and that ball, it's just a case where lack of ball speed for Carmen caused that shot. Ball used up way too much energy. Once the ball got to the break point, it had to turn and use so much energy to try to get back to the head pin. It had nothing left. And Salvino staring a possible 150 game in the face. But he'll be back tomorrow. There is no quit in Carmen Salvino, whether it comes to bowling on the lanes or telling you a story.
Good point. He will be here tomorrow, as will everybody else. 8 more games before our first cut.
No, not since game 4. We're on game 8. Yep. After we're done with this round, make sure you join, if you haven't already, FloBowling on either Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Check out some great features they will have talking to players after this round is completed. And once again, your scores will be updated at PBA.com once all information is verified. Once again, due to the bonus pin format of this event, causing a slight delay with scores being verified and making sure that all pins are added correctly. But once again, it is the first time that the PBA has tried this particular format. And it does add, Jeff, it does add a little excitement to each game as we go along here. Trying to figure out who's going to take home those 30 bonus pins that can be so huge later on in an event where another player walks away with 0 and all of a sudden really has to play catch up.
Yeah, I believe you.
Thank you. Now we have a tight game going here with Kreml, Sherman, Switalski. Where all those players right now have a chance to take home the 30 bonus, and one of these 3 players is only going to walk out with just 10.
Nick Krummel. Beautiful.
Still a possible 280. And he needs to stay ahead of Sherman because Sherman's still a possible 278 after Sherman's first frame open.
And over here, Davidson gets the 30, Calkins gets the 20, and Will the Chill will get the 10.
Sherman to stay close to Crummel. This is your battle for 30 and 20 right here with Sherman and Crummel.
Oh, beautiful, Phil.
And
5, 7, 10 from all directions.
And even Crummel had to raise his fist up and pump it a couple of times at Sherman after that particular carry.
I've seen 5, 7, 10s go late, but not quite from all directions. Each pin goes a different way.
Especially because the 5 pin seemed to be going forward on that shot.
Yeah. Well done, Kyle Sherman. Way to piece together a string. Once Contos completes here, we'll see both his score and Kyle Sherman's score. There's your 138, and there's your Sherman strike. That one's a little better.
And that's going to force Nick Crummel to double and stay ahead of Sherman. Switowski now resigned basically to third place in this game. He can put up a 248 game and take away just 10 bonus pins. Life is cruel. Why wouldn't bowling be?
Bowling is certainly cruel. Now Sherman to complete the back rest. 278 if he strikes here. $277.
And almost the 5-7-10 again.
So now Nick Crummel. Can he beat 277?
Striking 8 will do it. There's your strike. Sometimes the 8 can be the toughest part.
And the 9. 280. No, that's full 10. That pin is upside down in the pit. That was my eyes fooling me. 280 for Nick Crummel. Takes 30 bonus pins. Kyle Sherman with 277 gets 20. And Switowski will have to settle for 10, and he can get into the 240s here.
Yeah, that's a tough way to end your competition day if you're Switowski. Pretty much your best effort of the day, almost for naught, as you're just walking away with 10 bonus pins. And tomorrow, it's a whole new challenge, 39-foot Don Carter pattern.
Steve Jarrell's 10th frame. He can get to 226. Joe Grondin, 195 max. No. 185 max as he spares in the 10th. And Switowski, give him a chance at the 240s. And the 2.8 stands.
11 a.m. Eastern tomorrow, round 2 coverage. PBA Extra Frame Parkside Lanes Open. As these players will once again battle the pins, the lane pattern, and the heat and humidity. Here in Aurora.
Final shots for Chris Dower will close round 1 qualifying. Round 2 qualifying is coming up tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Full field will be on the lanes again. And then we'll make a cut by the end of the day to the top 27 for Phil Brylow and the rest of the FloBowling crew. I am Jeff Goodger, and we will see you tomorrow.